Check 1, 2.
This leader is provided to permit the projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before the film begins.
We got a lot of work to do here. We got to set this all up. Reset all that right there. Uh-oh.
The UK government says we are amending the retained EU law bill to be clear which laws we intend to revoke at the end of this year.
Good morning. How's everybody doing out there this morning? I'm kind of on the fly here. Just a second here. Get right into it right now. Wow, look at that supply down below. Woo! Look at that big old red bar down there. Another big old yellow bar down there. Bottom of the market down there. And get that up there. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Okay. Good morning. How's everybody doing? So I apologize. I was a little late this morning. I was on a conference call with someone that's in the stream since early. I actually had some other conference calls early this morning, but I had something I had to take. It was important to me. Someone that I trust. Surprise this morning. You saw that push down to 409.73. I'm going to show you guys the levels for it today. I'm going to clean some of this stuff up here. These are all my pivots, right? My yellow lines here. We've got a gap still down below that hasn't been filled from this morning. Let me close some of this stuff up here. And we'll put the new pivots in right now. Knocked a bunch of these out. Still have some pivots up on high up here that haven't been filled yet. You can see them. 418.32, 417.64, 416.30. And I'll get into why I was late this morning. I know I got to explain myself every day, which is fine. I like explaining myself, like why weren't you here this morning, Cap? I did have some stuff I had to do. I was kind of bummed too because I missed this trade right here. I saw this trade right here, and I missed it myself. I was blabbing, blah 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 blah. That's all I'm doing, right? And so let's get some levels out here for you. So the pivot point for today is 411.24.
I think the September rate hike may be needed. So just to repeat that, there, some ECB officials start to think a September rate hike may be needed.
I love it. I love when they're like, we now need a rate hike. Some ECB members, some bears.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Now I think we need a rate hike. And it's only going to get crazier. Yesterday we were talking about, so R1 today is 411.78. Way down here. 411.78. Let's see if I can squidgy this a little bit. 411.78 down here.
ECB officials start to think a September rate hike may be needed.
Now it's a September rate hike. R2 is 412.64. Way down here. There's your R2. And then for R3, we have 413.18 right here. Can get these down here.
According to Punchbowl, JP Morgan's CEO Diamond says a higher chance of a mistake on the debt limit.
There's your R3 right there for the day. We're going to talk about the upside targets as well. We're going to take a peek back and look at some upside targets, and I'll show you the downside targets right now.
JP Morgan's
CEO get this out.
Diamond also adds that I hope the US gets rid of the debt limit one day. So according to Punchbowl again there.
Yeah, of course. The debt limit's insane. The debt limit is stupid. The whole thing is stupid. And then I heard an argument this morning that, well, if we don't have, a debt limit, how do we know how much we're spending? And I'm like, oh, get out of my face. I'm like, it's just so stupid. 410.38. You'd go to war over this stuff. I kid you not. Countries go to war over just currency manipulation. But what about the Constitution? And I'm like, no, you don't understand this. This is the sovereignty of a nation. S1, S2, S3. The same thing with Bitcoin to some extent. You have the Wild West in Bitcoin. That's all fine and dandy and great. But you know that the moment, next one is 409.84. See this little gap down here? This is the gap I was telling you about. So the little morning gap down here, I'm going to show it to you. See it right here? I'm going to snap some lines in for that. Right there. And there's another little one right in here. See it right there. We got the pre-market low at 409.73. Haven't gone back to retest that either. Left that behind. All around that S1, S2 zone down here. S3, 408.98. There it is right there. Let's look on the up and down side for some previous targets. We'll talk about the hourly trigger, and saw a beautiful bounce on the hourly trigger this morning. I'll show you where the daily trigger is down here. We know I'm gonna mute this really quick. Bouncing right down. See that big fat red line getting bounced off right now. Bookmap. Hold on here. So just these previous lows, right? You see this previous low right here. This is back on 5.5. Right in.
CEO Diamond says the U.S. needs a tough and thoughtful China approach, according to.
You see it right there.
White House is saying CPI report is a progress default is the biggest threat.
It's also down here. There's one right where this S3 is.
On the April CPI report.
This is where that opening price was right there. We have the bad boys down here as well. I was talking with a friend, during yesterday's broadcast, I was talking to you about if you're looking at an hourly. Yesterday's broadcast, we were talking about, I showed you this yesterday and said, he came up here, right? Bam. Came down there, bam. Came up here, bam. Came down there, bam. And it kind of looked like it wanted to finish up here, right? And it did sort of, right? What we wound up doing this morning was we closed out the return of the scene of the crime going back on May 2nd. So this whole thing has been erased right here, right? You see this all been erased at this point. The next gap down below is the pre-market one from this morning.
Signaling neutral.
Hang tight here. You have that small little gap down below. So right in here, you see it? It's right here. Right where these little tick marks are.
And just under 10 minutes away now till we get the weekly EIA inventories data. So crude oil inventories forecast minus 2.5 million on the prior of minus 1.28 million, with a range of 2.5 million to minus 3 million. Distillate inventories forecast minus 1 million on the prior of minus 1.191 million. Gasoline inventories forecast
clean this up a little bit for you.
5 million on the prior of 1.743 million, and the crude Cushing inventory saw a prior of 0.541 million.
The the daily trigger is right here, or the hourly trigger, excuse me.
Just taking note of yesterday's API data. So we did see crude oil stock change come in at a build of 3.618 million.
409.31. The daily trigger is down here, 409.31. The daily trigger. It says 12. That was yesterday. Today is different. Each day has it different, so maybe we'll change that up. It's 31 today. The hourly trigger is set to 411.56. On SPY. Now we have this big gap up today. What are you looking for? If you're a bull, what are you looking for? And what you're looking for is, the consolidation, right? The squeeze up. Hold on, let me get this so you can see it. So you get the squeeze up, return to the scene of the crime, you come back down, and we're now on top of the hourly trigger, right? You're looking for consolidation and time for the 1 and 5 minutes to get underneath for the move higher here, okay? If this consolidation turns into where we're going to close the gap down below, we get some distribution. Price will stay below the 1 and 5 minute, which is the 27.113 EMA, and we'll go down and close these gaps down here at 409.71. So all this is here at this point is consolidation, okay? You're just watching this consolidation. You're waiting for price to get above in the 5 minute. I'll represent it here for you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is a 5 minute chart right here. Tight range, baby. Tight range. And you want to see price get above 412.65. 412.65 for continuation to the upside. So that's what you're looking for. Just set a target on your chart at home. 412.65, 61 somewhere in there. You can begin to get bullish again for a trip higher. If price doesn't get up there and hold, I really want to see a confirmation, like we blast up here, then confirm it, and begin the move. Then you take the long to the upside here, okay? Otherwise, just consolidation at this point.
Prior of minus 1.28 million.
This is a 1 minute chart.
5 million to minus 3 million. Distillate inventories forecast minus 1 million on the prior of minus 1.191 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1.5 million on the prior of 1.743 million. And the crude Cushing inventory saw a prior of 0.541 million.
So that yellow box right there, that's what you want to see currently. You want to see price above this yellow box, and you want to see a test of it. See price go up and test it and start shooting off of it, okay? So we'll keep that in mind for today. Looking at it right here. This is your sell side right here, this yellow box. You can see buyers stepping in on the hourly trigger. I think we're ready to go. I think we're good to go right here. Come on down there. You want to see what's down below? Look at that fat support. fat support down there. Look at that. Up, some nice supply above, right up there. That red bar up here that I'm pointing at right there. Now, why was I late this morning? I was late because I had an early phone call with, we have I'm not going to introduce him right now at this point, but I want you to know that we have brought on a new host to pick stocks with you on either tentatively every Saturday or Sunday every week. We're going to do a live stream on Saturday or Sundays, and we're going to have a new host. This is breaking to you live with just me right now. Now it's not happening this week. We're going to run it like 3 or 4 times in a private stream, and we're going to work on it so that it looks good. It's presented with data and fundamentals and charting that looks like we can take a trade on these tickers. We're going to create an ETF. There'll be buys and sells. We'll track an ETF, and what we're going to do is throughout the week, we're going to pick tickers to buy or sell, and it'll culminate into a Saturday where we actually review these tickers, and we'll track them over time. You'll get access to these tickers and their charts on TradingView. You'll be able to just go, I'll give you a login, and you can track these tickers over time with their buy sell levels. And we're going to create alerts on when to buy or sell or take profit and all that kind of stuff. And every Saturday or Sunday, you're going to get a program devoted to this. So it'll culminate into hey, let's hang out on a Saturday or Sunday, and let's look at these things. And then you'll also be able to, I'm doing a lot of in this morning. You'll also be able to call out your own tickers. So if you're like, hey, I like ticker XYZ, and I'm going to think about it all week long, and when Saturday comes and you want to say, how's my favorite ticker doing? There should be some time left available to chart your stocks. So we have a new host coming to the program.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the crude oil inventories.
And we hope to add a couple more hosts. I've got 2 other people that I've been speaking with that I trust highly to bring them on the show or into some kind of a written format or educational format so that we can start to launch all of this stuff over time here. So you get a complete package. You're going to get the live stream during the day. You're going to get a recorded video at nighttime. You're going to get a written brief every day. You'll get a weekly recap from trusted people so that we're the complete package for you. If you're someone that can't have me on during the day and you're like, I can only watch videos at nighttime, you're going to get one. If you're like, hey, I only buy stocks or I only put a sell order in because I work 2 jobs. I'm trying to take care of 15 kids and 3 ex-wives. I can only show up on Saturdays for like an hour at 10 a.m. We got something for you, too. If you're like, I don't have internet and I just like to read my stuff and do my own thing, we're going to get something for you, too.
Gasoline inventories -3.161 million, -3.161 million. Draw on the forecast of -1.5 million. Distillate inventories -4.17 million, -4.17 million. Draw on the forecast of -1 million. And crude Cushing inventories 0.397 million, 0.397 million.
So we've got some people lined up. We got a stable of some serious traders. Matter of fact, if I wasn't streaming or even in a Discord or even didn't have any friends, I would sit around with these 3 or 4 guys and we'll just sail boats all day long. I trust all these guys, so we're there. So one cool thing is in stream today, if we have a moment.
U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve off 2.9 million barrels to 362.01 million.
I'm going to have a small segment where I'm going to show you just a basic idea of what we're doing. We're gonna snip it and tear it to pieces outside of the live stream when we're together, and we're gonna look at what we need to add to it and what we need to take away from it so it's streamlined for you every Saturday. So you'll probably see me at some point bring up a ticker and say, hey, look at this ticker. We're going to chart it out, set some alerts, put it on a watch list.
Weekly EIA inventories report on the news feed for those of you that are interested.
And that will be available. The watch list will be available to you. The alerts will be available. If we get the alerts on the show, we'll talk about them during the week. If we're like, ding, this ticker hit an alert to possibly buy it, we'll look at the fundamentals on these companies. We'll look at their what we expect out of them, targets to hit, all that kind of stuff. So we'll do that today at some point if we have a moment. And then I'm going to snip that out of this live stream, and then I'm going to have my gang here tear it to pieces and add what are we missing? What do we need to do for these Saturday streams? It'll be a nice interlude, nice way to break away from the market when it's trading sideways this summer, to be like, let's look at this ticker, or this ticker's coming into where we want to buy it again or sell it and all that kind of stuff. So we're moving right along. And then I talked to another guy this morning, and another guy that I'm hoping, praying. I'm going to pray. I mean, I'm not religious, but I'm going to pray on it to the spaghetti monster and hope that there's some way that we can get him involved with education or daily brief or some kind of live stream at nighttime or recorded video, even if it's short, something.
U.S. crude inventories.
Like a market recap.
Stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures.
And if we can get that going,
get a free trial.
Cool, man. It's hard. Like when you're live streaming, it's hard to. If I wasn't live streaming, and most of the stuff I do, but when you're live streaming, it's like 8-10 hours a day. And so I just need to surround myself with some very smart people that can pick up, that I trust, that can pick that stuff up. Okay, here we go. Sitting down here on this supposed new support on the hourly trigger. We'll see if this holds or not. Got this gap down below to close up all this mess down here. Give me a second. I got a few things I got to line up in the background. Good morning to all of you out there. I'm not telling you who it is. I got to make sure these guys are going to do it. I got to make sure that we can do it. Not naming names. But it's going to be awesome. I can tell you that much. It's going to be awesome. It's like everything, I was talking to one of these guys, the person I was just speaking to, and he's of the same ilk. You see so much counter alpha and so much not this, not that, and I don't know. I don't want to say what we're talking about, but it's like, and then the methodology behind the madness, the education behind the madness. How do we get to this point? Why am I snapping these these H lines that I snap every day? Why do we snap them every day? Why do we hand put in the levels every day? Why do we look back in time on this show? Why do we draw the yellow box up and high, the yellow box on low? Like, where's the supply? Where's the demand? All that kind of stuff, right? And why it's really, truly is important. And real money, how it impacts real money. And it's a lot different than shit posting on FinTwit. Like a shit post on FinTwit, but I'm like a lot of you. I love shit posting on FinTwit, but the truth is, it's not in reality. When you're making money, what matters? Debt ceiling limit, nothing yesterday, right? Whole bunch of hogwash. Age of the internet, 2011. The internet was there. 2023. Everybody knows, right? Everybody knows the dissemination of information tells you there's no way possible that debt ceiling is not being solved, right? We know it's going to be solved. This day and age, everybody knows. Oh, how many birdies? I can tell you this. I was using my brush, my club cleaner yesterday. I was a lot of cow patties. I was talking to my buddy last week about golf, and I'm like, my swing is awesome this year. Like, for me, I'm stoked with my swing, but you know, like if I'm looking at my, like, I'm like, my swing is great. I'm probably like in my mind, I'm probably 20 under. I got like a 20 handicap or something. Oh, not 20 under, 20 over. I'm like a 20 handicap or something. For me, that's good. If my swing is on, I'm a par golfer. I really am. But, you know, like one bad swing, man, or, you know, 2 or 3 putts. That's it. I'm like a maxed out. I think the max on the max handicap is 43 or something. I could be wrong on that, but I can turn that day on in a minute. So if I'm not in a business meeting or something where someone cares, I'm I got the foot wedge. I got the I break out the foot wedge. I break out the obscure rules, all that kind of stuff. So in here, there's not a lot to do, right? Ping pong, just like yesterday. Ping pong, pick a direction. Had a tap down here in the hourly, had a second tap down here in the hourly, had a third tap down here on the hourly trigger. Consolidation, baby. Got a gap still looking down below going, just close me, please, just close the gap. High rough T. Uncle JBJ is saying they put the hedge back on. They won't let it rip till tomorrow. We talked about the PCI being more important, right? All week long. That CPI, we really want to know about PPI. We also talked yesterday about inflation raging into the fall, right? You see that I talked to you about the housing market, not commercial real estate, but residential real estate. People are out there spending money. They don't care about inflation. It's hot, baby. I got to bring up the multi-stream chat so I can see you guys on YouTube. I'm tight here. I got some stuff I got to do here. There we go. Oof. Yeah, you remember that FX retracer saying, remember the good old time when the government got shut down for over a month and the market just ripped faces off? Absolutely. Good old-fashioned rip. Gaps down below here. This whole cluster down here. Matter of fact, that gap is even higher. It's right here. See if I can make that gap a little bit bigger so we can see it better today. Right there. Get rid of that one right there and just move it up. Move it on up. Right there's one. Make that a little bit thicker so you can see it down there. Right there. Right down there, that S2 down here. Right down there, that S2. Tight range again, right? And I did see yesterday the scam. I did see that scam. Do you remember, like 2 days ago we had or 2 sessions ago we had the rip down of the hourly trigger, and then yesterday I wasn't on stream with you guys. Or 2 things about yesterday. I was in the I was going golfing yesterday, and 2 things happened. Well, first I saw the hedge that went down almost like same time, right? Half an hour later, slam the sell button in a low volume day. See how deep we can get it. Did it for a second session in a row, and then it all got bought back up, and then we leaned down into this morning's open, and then the stream yesterday kind of half shut off, right? And then it shut off early, and it shut off. So my computer was set up to turn off if I was inactive on it. So if I'm not over here touching it with my fingers and stuff, it was set to shut the stream down. So I had to change all my my computers to not turn off if I'm inactive. Rug pull right now on the hourly trigger. Down below, don't forget we've got these gaps down here between S1 and S2. I'm surprised at that. Make sure I get these numbers right here. That these levels are actually that tight. Check my levels again. Make sure I'm not half stepping here with you guys. Trying to do this stuff on the fly here. Yeah, it is that tight. Can't believe it. 410.38, 409.84, 408.98. Oof. Tight pivot points today. Starting to bleed down here. See if we can close this gap down below, right where this area is down here. Pre-market gap left behind right here. Nice. I'll put it on the 5-minute for you so you can see it. Right down there. See it right down in here. One-minute chart right here. Bear cross right here. Bear plane right here. Price following suit on 3, 1, 2 rejection. Start selling it down right here. Did anybody notice that ES this morning on the continuous contract didn't move? Was anybody watching the continuous contract on ES this morning? Maybe I'm the only one watching the continuous contract on ES. Now trading underneath the hourly trigger. A bear cross on the 1 and 5 minute, or excuse me, the white and red line there, the 1 minute and the 5 minute line. Price target below 409.30.
So UBS scrutinizes Credit Suisse's Asia lending in risk assessment and said the concern
right down here. Here's your price target. Close these gaps down here.
And UBS weighs options including credit book sales and unwinding loans.
Right there, and possibly even as down as far as right there. Now these are the levels for you. I got these things right. We're good. Leave that right there.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
VIX got taken out to the woodshed. All the way down to $16.36. Woohoo, baby. New low on the VIX today. Very nice. Very, very nice. These two yellow lines right here, this is what I want you to be paying attention to right here. I'll just write H line down there. Right in here, okay? This whole area down here. Now, don't forget about S1. You'll sometimes get a reaction right off S1. Like right where we are right here. I think it was 410.38. Yeah, just go down there and kiss it, baby. Just tap it. Right there. Just look at it. Go on down there. You. Touch that H line, baby. Touch it. Get on down there. There's your S2 right there. zero dates. The calls are almost dead right now. Got 173,413 Cs. Those are now 26 cents. Almost burned all the zero-day calls at this point. Nice little tag down here. Still have not closed the gap down below. Still have not closed this stuff down below. Close though. Move some of this here. That right there. Daily triggers are right down there. There you go. You can see it all right there. Perfect. Oh, hey, dude, I got this iced coffee. My daughter was out shopping, and she said she came home with Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee. And I was like, why'd you get that? And she said, I said, that's odd. I said, why don't you just make some coffee and make some iced coffee from the coffee? And she said it was on sale. So they were trying to get rid of it. I said, oh, okay. She said I wanted to buy some and see if it was any good. Now, no, if I'd seen that anywhere, I'd be like, nah, I'm not getting that. I have to say, it's delicious. She made a gallon of it for me as a gift, and I was very suspect of it. I was like, Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee, ground iced coffee, pre-ground in like a pound or a pound and a half package or something. And it's been excellent. I don't know why it's excellent. I don't know what made it. I don't know how she brewed it. I don't know if she put it in the sun. I don't know if she brewed it. We do French presses. I like the pour over stuff, but for me, French press has been the easiest. I'm like this crusty old man. I like the idea of I use the metal filters on a drip, and then the pour over I've done before, but for me, I just use like this old French press. I slam it in there, and then I pour the hot water over. I squeeze it down, and I'm off and running. So I don't know how she made it. She made a big jug of it. I don't know if she made it in a big batch, maybe super strong. I didn't ask her, but she made me a gallon of it as a gift, and man, it's good. I don't know why it's good. She pre-sweetened it, like just enough sweetener in it, just a tiny bit of sugar. Just a hint of sugar, and I've been drinking these iced coffees. As a matter of fact, I drank this iced coffee today. Black. I drank it black. It was that good. I don't know why it was that good. I don't know if you've ever had that, but it was delicious. All kinds of panic out there. I'm getting text messages. I'm reading chats right now. Everybody's been full panic. There's no way VIX is going lower than 1680. Now then it went down to 1636. I'm looking to buy a dip down here, man. You close this gap down here. I'm looking to buy this shit right down here. Let's get on down there. I want to buy the hell out of this down here. I don't see any. We just need a little bit more of these calls to get burned to zero, and then I want to buy this dip.
It's just seeing the S&P 500 now reverse its gains from
yes.
morning, and now negative as well. Dow last down 0.5%.
Tell them why it's down though. Tell them the reason it's down. I always like this about the news squawks and stuff. Reversing their gains. The S&P 500 reversing all of their gains. It's like the Goonies. It's like the woman from the Goonies squinting her eyes.
Statements, Heather, is reducing the reliance on pure bank deposits as a source of liquidity and leveraging the repo market.
Right in here. I'm going to see if I can show it to you on a better screen here. Right in here. You see it? Right there. There's the gap right there. Do you see it right over here where my cursor is? Right down there. Surprised how bearish y'all are out there. I'm not bearish at all. I'm super bullish. I'm super bullish. I really am. Outside of like a dip in May for OPEX, price matters, right? But outside of an OPEX dip, right around that Thursday or so, I'm looking for it, man. I'm looking for those higher numbers. Is this it right here? Is that the double is that the double bottom right there? Let me take a look and see. Let me check the 1 minute chart here. T4 1 minute chart. Yeah, we can go down a little bit more. We got a little bit more down we can go. Let me show you guys something here. We can go down a little bit more. We're not done probably going down. Possible. Take a look down here and see if there's any more liquidity down there. There's a little bit down there. You see that down there? A little bit down in here. Some right here. Some right here. We might like squeeze up a little bit here, but I'd like to, if possible, see a little bit more down. And why am I saying that is because, why am I saying I want to see a little bit more down? Is just right here. Can move this down for you so you can see it. You know what, dude? I gotta say something to you. If you are, I want to give you a warning. If you're a bear, I'm gonna give you a warning here. You're not gonna like it. Uh-oh, hold on a second here. Give me a second here. Let's say I got something I got to do. Move that up. Move to existing pane above. Move to existing pane above. Move to existing pane above. New pane above. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to make that right there. And we're going to make this right here. Okay. All right. I'm on the 1 minute chart. Okay, so I bring this back over here for you. So just over here, why do I think it's going to continue to go down? This is a 1 minute chart. There's two reasons. So we have price below the 1 minute, the hourly, and the 5 minute, right? That this is a bearish reversal here, right? And we have a bearish cluster, 3-trigger cluster to the downside. This yellow line right here is the daily trend, okay? So this is daily trend and or daily velocity, or excuse me, trigger, excuse me, not velocity, it's trigger. And that's at 409.21. So, but the down below here is velocity. So we have triggers and velocity, trigger, velocity. So on the velocity side, right now, the velocity on the 1 minute is bullish, becoming bullish, right? So you get a snapback real quick. But the 5 minute is just getting bearish. So seeing this. So right here, when we're up, see this 5 minute, when we're up here, it's time to sell, right? When we're down here, I like to buy dips when we're down here, okay, on the 5 minute velocity. But I really, really like to buy dips when the green one, this is the hourly velocity, is on a low. See how it's on a low over here? My cursor behind this left here. I love buying these dips down here as a day trader. Not like, hey, I'm buying them with 3-month call or something, but like a maybe a weekly call or a daily or a 1 date or a 0 date, doesn't matter. And so you can see up here, and we're see up here, right, on the hourly. I don't really like this. All right, we're close, but not quite there. So there could be just a little bit more weakness in here in this hourly, just a little bit more. What's fascinating about this, though, is that the daily has now come down to the 0 line, which is neutral. So for all this sell negativity on the daily, price is not showing major lows. So my point here is that at least on a 1 minute chart, I want you to see this here. So now I'm on a 30-minute chart, right? And I'm mostly paying attention to this one right here. This daily right here. This is daily velocity. This is a very important one. You can actually see major lows in the market. You follow my cursor here, you can see like a bloodbath over here. And the price matters, right? Does price go down 30 points, 70 points, 300 points? How much price are we going down as we make a low down here? So I'm looking here, right? And we're starting to come into this area right here, right? And we're right about here. This is where we are right now in the SPY. So can the SPY come down here? Sure. Can it come down to 400? Can it come down to 396? Sure. But at least for me being a day trader, that might not be right at this moment before we get there, right? But we're getting close. And the key point here is, are we going down to 3,600 is the big question, right? Are we going down to fucking 3,200? No. Sorry, no, not right now. There's nothing implying that we are, would be the greater point. We haven't made, bears haven't made significant moves down for us to go to 3,200. And today specifically is a big point in that, to temper your expectations and how deep we go. So we're at the 0 line. Impressive for a bull, believe it or not. Impressive for a bull. Now, even if we go down from here, what's price at? 410.85? Shit, 40 points. We'll be at the bottom end of the daily velocity. So, right now, at least, I'm liking it. Not what bears want to see. Bears want to see price velocity to the downside. You get what I'm saying? So, bears want to see price velocity to the downside. This is May, back here is May 5th right here, right? Let's look back on 30 minutes again. So just this range that we've been in here. We've been in this range since the 31st of March. 31st of March. And we came up here, came down here, up here, down here, up here. Does that make sense? You're not getting, as a bear, you're not getting the, hey, we're up here in the yellow and the velocity and price is way down here. Or now that velocity went from plus 50 down to 0, price is right here. Does that make sense? Like we went from plus 50 to 0 and there's a major price move down. So if we're going to go to minus 50, that price is going to go down to 360. Does that make sense? Price is at 411.15. So in this cycle, we're not breaking new lows. It's important to see that. We already know what the weekly and the monthly velocity is saying. It's saying we're in accumulation. It's not saying we're in distribution. So I'm in no fear right now of a market crash. I mean, it can happen. We can have an event. We can have the debt ceiling bullshit send us down 500 points. But we know that we can get a ratio spread, right? You know we can get a call and 2 puts, and if we roll over, we can get them for July. If we roll over, it'll print 500%. If it goes up to 430, I'll make 10%. How do I lose on that? I don't know how I lose on that. I don't think that I can. So you're properly hedged. And when you look in the options complex, it is properly hedged. Everyone's hedged on this market. Hedged to the tits. They're hedged out into June 26th. I mean, shit, if you really wanted to make a posit here, we'd make the run to 430, blow out every hedge, and then we'd roll over in July. That'd be the time to do it. You know, we can be weak into OPEX this month, but truth is, for them to print all that hedge, they need waterfall puts coming in. They need an event to trigger it. Or by the time we get where their hedge is, some of the hedging I saw was at 396. So yeah, we can tag 396. But for us to get down there to that 3600 or whatever, shit, you need a trigger for that. You need waterfall put buying. You need more bag holders. You need to create more bag holders, a reason for panic. Maybe we don't hit it. Maybe we let all that shit expire, then we get down there. Then you see a 378, your 360, that kind of stuff. I'm not anti going down there, but the market's hedged for it to go there. That's the key point here. The market is hedged for that volatility. I know people on FinTwit are probably telling you it's not hedged. That's bullshit. You can look at it. You can see it. You can see the actual data yourself. So, the SPY. Still want to see a little bit more down if possible. The VIX got rejected on its hourly. The daily and the hourly man are just telling the VIX to eat a bag of D's right now. Here's the VIX, got a nice new low down here, 16 and change. The VIX is going to explode higher, Cap. Okay. It might explode higher, but what's higher? 20? 25? 28? If we were in like 30 to 40 right now, or 20 to 30, that would be telling us there's volatility in the market. If VIX was trading, if the low in the VIX was 20 and the high in the VIX was 30, you're going to expect to trade around 20 to 30. And that's telling you we're in an increased volatile environment. Right now, they're selling the VIX. They're selling your ass down the river. They're telling you don't expect volatility. Expect dips to be bought. Telling you before it even happens. We were running 20 to 30 like clockwork. We start trading below 20, and all of a sudden and consistently trading below 20. All of a sudden it's, no. If we're trading down here, we're going to get some huge volatility spike. We're going to 40 and 50 now. And I'm like, it's telling you. It's telling you that dips are going to be bought. It's telling you that there's less volatility in the market. Look at that dip buy right there, baby. It's telling you we got to create some volatility. We ain't got no volatility. We don't have bad news day in, day out. So if we don't, I know this market doesn't go straight up unless we have free money like the money printers on. But at the same time, I do know that you have to sell the markets for it to go up. It's not going to be one straight line. You can see them creating events. It's like the last straw. Like, dude, it's got to CPI, man. We're going to depths of hell over CPI. I'm like, okay, that's your reason for us to go to the depths of hell. It's like scraping the bottom of the barrel for vol. I get it that you have to. I understand that the market goes up and down even if it's going up. I understand that the market's selling to the depths of hell like it did in 2022. That you're going to have pullbacks, right? We're going to have relief rallies. And you remember they're like, this is a scam relief rally. I realize that we're going to sell off. I realize that we'll trade a 1 sigma move out. We'll have those moments this summer. But how many of them are there? There's probably one this summer, and there's probably one this fall. Not 5. Not sell January 1 into May for 5 straight relentless months. We haven't done that this year. We're not going back. I'm not coming back here next year and pointing back behind me and saying, well, we went up for this last year back here, and you were telling me we were going to crash. I didn't get to make any money because of that. And that happened last year. Y'all were watching me last year in that live stream. Y'all saw me on FinTwit as the market was crashing, as we were hitting those bottoms, and I was screaming, top of my lung, buy the fucking dip. You know, October. Remember October? Remember the 365 and the 345? Remember I'm drawing these goofy crayon lines and stuff, and I'm like going over like all this macro shit, and I'm like, if you look back in 1 to 3 or 5 years, you're going to know that you should have bought those dips. We're in May. You're welcome. You bought them. Congratulations. It's almost a year later since they started making those are some crazy ass videos. Those are ones where we're looking over 1, 3, 5 years down the road. At that time, we were saying, even if it does sell off up here, you should still be buying these dips. And then you should be looking at each sector that are getting cleaned out. In January, I said XLY, XLK, XLC. I made a post that XLY, XLC, XLK down 40%, 60%. I gave you a link to a white paper from JP Morgan that said these sectors were the most oversold because they started the bear market back in December of 2020. And they cycled out of all this spec growth, and they cycled right back into it this January. 2023, right? 2.5 years later, and they're doing a business cycle, and they're recycle, and they're cycling back into all of these sectors that they cycled out of back in December 2020. Macro be damned. Making a market. Selling burning tires in a Mad Max scenario. These people, we could have a nuclear war. We could wipe everybody off the face of the earth. And there'd be some like coke-addled professional trader from Wall Street that made it. He was hungover and passed out in a subway somewhere. He'd crawl out from the depths of the subway and start gathering tires. And he'd say, these ones are on fire and these ones are not. Who's placing their bets? Then you'd have a stock market on the wasteland of New York City. They'll make a market for it.
Again, saying this at the maximum of this cycle.
And that's what they did.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at...
I remember last year, and I remember the past couple of years, you got like people going, oh, I work for JPM, and they told me to keep my laptop with me and have it open through my holiday up in the Hamptons. I haven't heard any of that shit this year. They did all that shit last couple of years. They're done selling. They're taking a break. They're going to go to the Hamptons. They're going to get shit-faced with Billy Joel. They're going to wrap a tree, a Porsche around a stop sign or something with like a young woman in it or something like that. And they're going to party this summer. We're going to trade this market sideways and up. And you're going to get a couple nice fat dips this summer. Or not this summer, one fat dip this summer, one fat dip in the fall. That's what you're getting.
To flat. U.S. regional bank woes open up new credit opportunities. That's Brookfield CEO flat.
Oh, more dip buyers down here on calls. We started with like 130,000. Now there's 202,000 buying them cheap 413s right now. Trading ticks right now. See that nice little bottom over here on Bookmap? We're going to pause selling the market for a year. It reminds me of if Mike Burry. Mike Burry is the one that gave it up to you. He told you the truth. Mike Burry told you the truth. He said you came out and bought the dip. He said it in a tweet. He said you showed up in force and bought the dip. Just like 2008, they didn't buy the dip. We did this time. We bought the dip. If they had bought the dip in 2007, 2008, Mike Burry would be in prison today.
Interest rates historically.
That second leg down for 2008, he'd be in prison. Most of the time, that dip gets bought. Yeah, the dip hasn't kept dipping. Dip got bought last summer. Dip got bought in the summertime last year. Dip got bought in October. We were here for it. We were live streaming it when it got bought. We knew it was getting bought. Then we know where it needs to be for us to sell the market again, once again. We should look at that right now. You guys want to see something cool? I'll show you something cool. Give me a second here. I'll show you something cool. All right, I'm back. Hold on. Y'all want to see something cool out there? Let's see something cool. Give me a second here. I'm going to show you the fire. I'll show you the fire. Why does it come on? Why does it come on and start screaming at us? Why does it come on when the market's burning the depths of hell? And he's like, why is he doing that to me? I'm going to show you right now. Look at it, SPX here, baby. Look at SPX. We got some cool stuff to look at. How do I send that back to the... I close that up over there. Forget how to do that. There we go. Okay. You want to see some coolness? Bring that down a little bit so I can give you guys some more screen time so you can see this. Pay attention out there.
ECB Centino adds that ECB policy is going to stay tight for some time after the rate peak.
I want to show you guys something here, okay? And why this matters. This is when the stock market gets accumulated. Watch my cursor down here. When we're on these lows down here, right? The stock market gets accumulated once again on higher time frames. These are cycles going back to the beginning of the stock market. Beginning of the stock market. This gray one here, I don't have velocity for you to see. I don't have it on the chart because it's takes up too much of the chart, but you can get the point with what I'm saying here with what I'm showing to you. So these purple bars down here, this is much higher time frames. This is like the LA wave stuff that you see people talking about.
Saying that rates should start to come down at some
And I want you to see this dip in a new accumulation forming here. These are these lows over here, okay? I want you to show it to you here, this blue one, and then it's coming back down and it's starting to get bought back up again. So you have these cycles, okay? Cycles, okay? I want you to see the length of time we spend on this weekly up here. It goes on and on for some time period while we're accumulating, okay? And why I'm showing you this is because as we were coming into the end of 2021 on SPX, you could see us peaking out up here. This is 51.74 on the weekly. This is 48.53 on the monthly. And you could already see us, right, dip down here and start to roll this 3-month, this quarterly. So we had this first dip down below here before we got into 2022. We squeezed up higher, but we eventually had the roll. So it's kind of foretelling you on these down here specifically. They're at the top of a cycle. You can actually see it previous examples of it. This is one of the only times in 2020 where it didn't show. It showed, but not really. It showed that we were going to get another dip, the COVID crash, but a lot of people didn't know that was coming. And so right now, on these higher time frames, we're in an accumulation phase, believe it or not. And until we get to the top down here and start rolling it, that will predict that we're going to get a major roll in the market. Unless we have something we don't see, something the market hasn't priced in, COVID, i.e. COVID. But all these arguments out there that we're going down to the depths of hell because of shit that we know about, not right now we ain't. They're accumulating. And not only that, but we can kind of predict some levels where we're going to roll to once we do begin to roll. And so when we're sitting, notice we're hanging out in this monthly here. We haven't given it up yet. The fascinating part is that the longer we trade sideways, this gray line, this white one, this purple one, they begin to come up over time. And this is the greatest trick. This is the greatest trick right now that Jerome Powell is pulling on collapse bears. This should make a collapse bear rage. Because what he's doing is he's buying time to lessen the impact of the crash. Does that make sense? He's buying time. So whenever you see, see where you are right here and see the distance between here and here? That's when we begin to sell. We get really violent, volatile moves to the downside. When these lines, this gray line, this white line, this purple line, and this blue line are closer to price, the down move tends to be lessened. The velocity of that move down. And right now, as we trade sideways, all of these averages are coming up to meet price. We have examples of it in the past. Let me see if I can put this on a weekly. You can even see here, this is the worst of it. This is the gray line. But I want you to see that over time, like you see this big stretch here, right? But then as it starts to tighten up, as time passes, these lines come up to be supportive. This is the worst of it right here, the gray one. Do you see, though, how this gray line is coming up and price is trading sideways over time? to meet. So this gray line was down here, right? 400, 200 on SPX. But over time, it comes up to meet. As time passes, it gets less and less crazy. And right now, we see this violent move up in the S&P 500. But the greatest trick that Jerome is pulling is the longer we spend here in this blue line, it gives time for this stuff to catch up. So the severity of the down move becomes less and less as time passes. You can actually project where we're going to tag these numbers. That's the worst we've ever done down there, that gray line down there. So my point here is this. The one thing that I never see anyone talk about out there, nobody talks about this, never hear anyone talking about this, is the longer we trade sideways, the price depth of how deep we go is blunted. It's blunted. So, i.e., when we were in 2022 and we've got this huge space between these triggers, yeah, we can go violently down and price-wise go down hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of points. And the moment that stops and they're back in the background, the Fed's in the background tinkering, and they're like, we're gonna manufacture a soft landing. What they're doing is they're intentionally using time to lessen the impact in price as how deep we go. So the VIX, why is the VIX trading so low? Because the VIX knows that gray line isn't that deep anymore. It's higher now. And the higher that gray line comes, the more time they buy for that gray line to come up and that white line to come up, we're going to get an explosive move to the upside at some point. So the greatest trick that Jerome Powell has pulled is buying time. His decision to support the regional banks and then to pledge support, supporting other institutions over the coming year or two, is buying time. A collapse bear did not want to hear that. When he said it, the day he said it in that meeting, I was like, he just fucked over every collapse bear out there. Because they were saying modern monetary theory is dead. It's not dead. They're manipulating the market. They're buying time so that even when we do go down, or even if we do go down, those lower projections are now even higher. We could trade sideways at 400 for the next 2 years. And it's just giving time for all of these triggers to move up and up and up and up and up. To blunt your doom projection. Every month that passes, every 3 months that passes, every week that passes, those numbers come up. Buy side is winning the longer we trade sideways. One minute chart on the S&P 500. So, i.e., if you were going to sell this market to 1,600 on SPX, you needed to do it last year in 2022. He robbed you. You needed to continue with it in 2023. He robbed you. And even if we begin again in 2023 or 2024, you ain't getting the prices you were getting last year. That sale is over. those Elliott wave projections going down to 16. There was like a 5% projection of like 1600. That ain't on the table anymore. That's gone. Your true bottom today is 2095. Like if you had like a death spiral in SPX, it's now 2095. You just lost 400 points. Gone. And the longer he trades this market sideways, man, that number only comes up. And if you think you're going lower than that gray line I was showing you earlier, we haven't done that since the day one of the stock market. Day one on DIA. Day one on NYA. And velocity-wise, we're not even back in that down cycle again. We're not even there. Like, that shit ain't even showing me that we're there. That's, like, the velocity on those time frames are like, nah, man, they're accumulating right now. They bought the fucking dip. And you know who else knows that? Mike Burry knows that. That's why he tweeted that. He was like, they bought that fucking dip. Those sons of bitches. I gotta wait one more topping on this stuff for the next roll down. He was pissed. I give him a lot of respect for making that tweet. That's also why Mike Wilson came back and said, remember Mike Wilson this winter or fall and then winter? And he kept revising the 30%. It's 30% from here. It's 30% from here. It's because even he knows. Time, baby. They can work against you as a bull, too. If we're racing up, right, right, and leaving all those moving averages behind, you know that we're going to come back down there violently at some point, right? We're going to whiplash back down there. But if we start trading sideways, if the violent move down ends and we start trading sideways, it works on the inverse for bull's favor. Us trading sideways is not in a bear favor. Us going to the moon is in a bear's favor. We start blasting all the time new highs straight up. Sure, that's good for a bear. There's going to be a violent move, a violent reversal at some point over time. But we do this shit sideways. We've been doing it since last June. May and June, right? We had another low, a new low in October, but it was only another 200 points. We can make that shit up in a week. That was our check. We checked it in October, and then we're out of here. Bye-bye. See you later. Call Christian Bale for the sequel. I think he gets another shot at it. I just don't think that it's no. I think he gets another shot at it. I just don't think he gets I don't think it's going to be what you think it is. I think he gets that other leg down. I'm not anti the Mike Burry second leg down next year or the year after. It's the expectation of where it goes. Because I know that some of you, not you guys, but I know people are selling shit out there going, they're showing you the big drop down and it's going to 1600. That ain't ever on the table. It's gone. As of right now, it's gone. And this market over time, decades, always goes up. Shit, even the tulip. Even the Tulip Massacre went up eventually. So, you know, like over time, as time passes, time, baby. It's always time. Jonah Hill's looking like a savage right now. Jonah Hill lost all that weight, and then like he just looks like he came out of the depths of hell. He looks like Rambo or something. So we're gonna talk about something right here real quick. We're gonna do something. In a bullish cross right now in the 1 minute. We're looking for a little bit of confirmation here. In the 1 minute, I'd like to see. Now we got a 3-share cluster to the upside for bulls. Want to see the squeeze higher, the confirmation, then the move to the upside. Sell side's getting overrun right now. We still have this one here to look at. Let's look in the 5 minute here, see if they're still there.
ECB Santino.
No, they came down here.
Approaching the terminal.
They moved down. They're getting overrun right now.
Very important condition that is inflation.
There's a 5 minute chart. We got some new. You got this right here. Keep your eyes still on R2 to be important.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at
R3 will remain important. We're also going to tag a new H line above right here in the intraday. I'll do another one right up here. We'll do the pre-market. This is the big boy right here. This is the pre-market sell. 414.91. Targets to the upside. Targets upside, 413.72, 414.52, 414.93. See these supply zones, see 4160 area of interest right here. Price now above the 27 EMA on the 5 minute chart, bullish. Trading above the hourly trigger, the 5 minute trigger, the 1 minute trigger. Here's your intraday zone right here, baby.
Santino says the rates may be cut at some point next year.
Now, earlier I was talking to you about, you can see on Bookmap, you've got 2 orange bars, then you got the yellow one above and the yellow one down below. Now, as earlier this morning, I was discussing what I was doing before the open today, that I didn't have the live stream on in time. I was talking to a couple people this morning, and we're going to start a stock picking show. It's going to be tied into the live stream. So through the week, you're going to see 2 people specifically. You'll see myself, and you'll see Winky discussing specific tickers. We have a third person. He's going to have his own tickers. He's going to be on Saturday or Sundays. We don't know exactly when yet. And we're going to highlight these stocks throughout the week, buy or sell. We're going to track them. We'll chart them during the week when it's slow. We're going to set some alerts during the week when they're slow. So we're going to chart them. We're going to briefly look at the fundamentals. Let me write this down. We're going to chart them. We're going to briefly look at the fundamentals. We're going to set some alerts. Buy, sell. And then we're going to make a we're going to track them. TRACKEM on the show, the live stream. And then on Saturdays, we're going to do a follow-up on these tickers, and we're going to introduce new ones. This person is going to have a bunch of tickers for you, and then you're going to be able to do call-outs. I want my ticker. I want you to look at my ticker. Now, when we're tracking these tickers, we're going to create an ETF on the website for them. Eventually, you're going to see an ETF, and it's going to show these tickers. The other cool part about the website is that you're going to also see in real time when new tickers pop up on the scanner. So you'll be able to go to the website and be like, hey, 2 new tickers popped up today. And we're going to track their progress. Now, I've done this before. There's an ETF out there that someone created for me when I post tickers on Twitter. And I don't know if they're in here right now. Joe Donut and I believe Quinn were tracking my stock picks. You can ask those guys how they performed. They performed so well that I didn't stay in them long enough. I wish I had. I get scared. I'm like, this ticker went from $5 to $15. I'm out. It ended up going to like $300. But we'll track them. I think I have like a 90% win rate or something with like high multiples, but whatever. We're going to keep doing this. We're going to do it so that we'll be known for this shit. So we'll probably have to make that. We might have to make that stream private at some point. We don't want everybody knowing about this shit. We don't want hedge funds fucking blowing us out and shit. So maybe we'll make this just for subscribers down the road. Maybe like 6 months or a year from now, we'll just make it a private. Maybe we'll just do it for like people that have been here since day one or something. Coming back to recheck the 1 minute right now. We're gonna take a look at one of these tickers right now. We're gonna set this up on stream. So we'll make a note of the time. It's 11:39. I'll write that down so that we can cut this out later and you can tear me to pieces. There's a team in the background that wants to look at these. So we have a weekly format for this, and then on Saturdays we can roll this into a bigger format. It's gonna be kind of cool. I'm kind of excited about this. I got a couple cool ones here. Yeah, we'll do toast. I think we've already done toast, but we'll do toast. Or maybe we'll do HCP. That's a good one. It doesn't really matter what we do, does it? So either way, though, we have to do a white paper on this too. Some rules. Number one, these companies meet certain criteria. They're trading above certain moving averages. Their float is the right float. They have year-over-year profits. They have great guidance, great earnings. They make actual products. They're speculative growth companies. They've all been listed recently. They haven't been around for like 10 years, 5 years, stuff like that. These are all new companies. They're being actively bought by hedge funds. They're baller. These are great tickers. And I'll list the requirements for these companies. The cool part about these companies are when you look at them, when you go to do your own fundamental analysis, your own due diligence, it should be shining. They should be glowing as a company. So we should be able to hit the technicals of it, the trying to identify if they're being actively priced by hedge funds. Some of these hedge funds have very smart people that work for them, and they assign these people. They're like, hey, I want you to go out there. We're not talking about the Hindenburg bullshit. We're talking about Smart guy, they're like, I want you to go out and check this company out. Make sure it's actually doing what it says it's doing. We're not looking at companies that are making promises that we're going to price into the moon. But we're looking for like an actual company, a legitimate company that's being listed on the New York Stock Exchange that is doing really good things. We want some confidence in these trades. This is like buying a stock. We know that there are cycles where there are your pretty shiny things, right? I want you to know this. I've been running this thing for many years now. Oftentimes these tickers that I pick, 1, 2, 3 years later, they get picked up by Wall Street bets. And they get ran to the moon. We're kind of like ground floor before you hear them being spoken about regularly. Some of these you've already heard of before, but a lot of them you have not. And you will. If you ask Joe Donut out there on Twitter, go find him and be like, "Hey man, did these companies get into the public lexicon eventually?" They did. Retested the 5 minutes, pointing our way higher right now. Move that over so you can see it. And of course, there's risk here, and I can't tell you, hey, you have to buy this company. So this is not financial advice. You should always, when you're doing a due diligence on these companies, I want you to always, if you're like, hey, I'm getting some education over here or something, I want you to always bounce these things off of your financial advisor. I'm just some guy. Don't take what I say as the law, right? I'm not your financial advisor. You have to bounce these. Say to your financial advisor, say, hey, I did all this research. You know, print out the stuff that you get from me and take it to him and say, what do you think of this? If you don't want to do that and you just want to mess around, we can paper trade this stuff together. And you can learn how to find companies on your own this way. Does that make sense? So that doesn't mean like if I go over a chart here that you're like, yeah, I'm buying it because he said so. Don't do that. Be a responsible adult. This is real money. People have to risk. So I want you to think about that when I'm talking to you guys about this stuff, okay? Oh yeah, those 413s, man. They're just moving right along. So we're going to look at one of them right now as an example. And I said we'd chart them out. So during the week, I'll call out some tickers. Winky will call out some tickers. Winky's going to attempt to send me a text in the morning. And so I'll highlight things that he's looking at to buy or sell. I've got my own that I'm going to show to you. So we're going to use one that I have right now. And I got a fun one here. Hold on here. I need a minute here. I'm down here slamming on my desk and stuff, and all my connections are loose now. Let me see if I can... Oh, yeah, I got all kinds of bullplane alerts. I got a fun one here. I've already done this one. We'll look at the one that I have. So, we're going to look at Duolingo. You might be like, why Duolingo? I just put it on. I got a bunch of them adding onto this chart right now. But here's one. This is Duolingo. And we're going to do one from scratch here together, so you guys can do this at home if you want. This is a new list. I wrote it for YouTube. Stock Picks ETF. Here's Duolingo. Had an IPO back in July of 2021. Had a period of consolidation down here. A lot of dip buyers down here, dip buyers down here, dip buyers down here. Came down, tagged that low, and started on its way up here. It's on a high right now. And there's some kind of a sell here, right? We saw the sell happen here. And I'm paying attention to two things here on this chart. paying attention to this yellow line right here. I'm going to do a right click on it. I'm going to add an alert on it, okay? Crossing up. Trend line once per bar close. I'm just going to write a sell on it. That doesn't mean I'm going to sell it, but I think it's a place to sell, okay? Create that alert. I'm done. I have another alert down here. So edit trend line alert. It's Duolingo, regular trading hours, crossing down, trend line, once per bar close, possible buy, save. It's good. So right now, what you'll get from me is you'll get a list of these, an ETF of these, and throughout the weeks, if we come down here and touch it, ting, we'll get an alert. Ring, ring, ring. If we see the buys coming in, right, we'll have another alert on this yellow line up here too as well. But I do want one right here. Like I want one to see what the interaction is here. Getting a little long in the tooth up here. But as an example, if Duolingo comes up and sells off here, or if Duolingo gets up here and sells off and comes back down, or comes back down and bounces on this yellow line, so if we make the way up, I'm going to look at this as an area of interest to buy and an area of interest to buy down here. Okay, that's Duolingo. I began adding these this morning. I got another one right here. This is Nari. Why am I interested in Nari? It's got a NARI. It IPO'd in May of 2020. Sold off on a high up here. Traded all the way up to $128.61. Came back down, had a capitulation move down here. And I've been watching this one. These can reverse and go the other way. We'll talk about like limit sells. Where do you sell? Where do you make entry? If you make 1,000 of these, you don't have to have every one of them hit. You can only have 1 or 2 of them hit. But I'm interested in this one, right? At camp here, we're trying to exhaust the sellers. We're back at it again. Trying to exhaust sellers. Breaking out of this channel right now. And today specifically, price made it above, right? Broke that channel, that downward negative channel. I got a little alert right here. I want to see if this holds. 70.15. I can probably buy this stock at $70.15 and have a stop loss right underneath it. If it continues higher, great. If it fills all this sell gap up here, returns to the scene of the crime up here, great. I'll make a lot of money here. I can buy it here right at $70. If it goes up and fills that gaps and all that stuff up there, great. If it doesn't, I have a stop loss underneath it, and I wait for an alert down here in this bottom trend line as a potential buy, right? Buy it here. Didn't quite get there. Didn't hit the alert. Did hit it right here, right? Buy it again. Comes back down here. Buy it again until it doesn't work any longer. Does that make sense? There, and there. If we break this trend at any point, I put a stop loss underneath it, starts to roll under. I have some levels of interest that I have down below, right, to set an alert on these lines. Right, so if it comes back down, let's say I buy it and it starts to roll. I have my stops right here. Or even just underneath this line.
Just a heads up, at the top of the hour, we get SMB's Jordan as chairman speaking.
Like buy the dip, buy the effing dip, buy the mother effing dip down here. I also already know a bunch of stuff about this ticker in the background that I haven't shared with you. And that's the volume buying that's going on down here. I also know everything about their fundamentals I haven't talked to you guys about. So we're going to talk about these things as we chart these out. So as soon as we pick one of these tickers or one of these tickers pop up on the stream during the week, or Winky gives us a heads up on buy sells on these tickers, we'll chart these out together. And we'll set alerts together. And we'll put them on a watch list together. And we'll create 100 tickers, 1,000 tickers. And if they don't continue doing what we want them to do, they roll over that trend on the way up. We'll get that alert too, and we'll know that this trade is dead and this ticker is dead. Does that make sense? And we're going to have some slow days this summer. And I've got some tickers. Well, not, and this is the crazy part. Like Duo, or Nari, I wouldn't buy this personally right now. I wouldn't buy Nari. That trend line is where I want to buy it. Like, where do I want to buy Nari? I want to buy it down here. Like, I want to buy Nari every time it comes down here. This is what I want to see Nari do. That's what I'm hoping for. And I'm not catching a knife here, am I? Right? We're not. It's not like we're up here and we know that we're at the top and we're just blasting down and getting trapped in something. Consolidation, right? Dip was bought. Dip was bought here, right? These are all important things to see. Buyers stepping in, buyers stepping in, buyers stepping in. If this one's starting to reverse, I want in on it. There's another one here that's at a top right now. Well, actually, Duo is at a top for me right now. But IoT is another one we've talked about. Toast has a lot of room to run on it. TOST. IoT is about halfway there to a sell. IONQ is another one. FLNC, there's another one. We talked about Dash in this program, didn't we? Brought up Dash to you. Said Dash is on your list, right? Look at Dash just pumping along. Just pumping, baby. Look at that Dash. Woo! Woo! Making me so proud, Dash. Get me all hot and bothered. What do you do on Dash here? I mean, you know, can it go up there? Yeah. Can it get up to like 73 or something? Yeah, I'd like to add below it though again. I want to keep buying that bottom down there in Dash. Like buy it back in October, buy it back in January, buy it back in March, buy it again back in April. Dash. It's like a weekly printer, or monthly printer, right? Dash has been the giver that just keeps on giving. So you have that coming to you. Now, don't expect this stock picking show this Saturday. It's going to take us some work. We have our work cut out for us. It's going to take us probably 10 to 20 hours of work to put the show together for you. You should expect it the next coming weeks, like 2-3 weeks. And you'll see Winky and I there every once in a while. We'll have a main guy. We got a main person that's going to be running this show. And it's going to be rock and roll. So every Saturday or Sunday, somewhere in there. I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, but.
According to the Nikkei, Japanese investors will soon file a request for arbitration regarding Credit Suisse's additional Tier 1 bonds.
So right now, I want you to know that these tickers I'm showing you.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
I'm going to warn you of something. The ones that I'm showing you right now,
Futures, Forex,
those tickers I'm showing you are not the sell tickers.
TickStrike.com.
These are being accumulated actively. I would get out of the way. The ones that I have from the past, you get run over on these. These are dip by picks I'm showing you right now, not sell ticks, or not sell tickers. Most of these tickers that I've put when I've charted them in the past, they go high multiples. Like some of them will start at like $5 and go to like 100. They might start at 30 and 50 and go to like 250, 150, shit like that. So just be real careful. I will have for you. I'm gonna have tickers like this for you. So it'll be like Tesla 1250. It'll be like, here, you see this one right here? This one's already rolled over and it's confirmed the move lower.
Q&A to be expected.
Let me give you an example of this. You want to see like the white and red lines that I use. You want to see on a like a daily chart going back a year, 2 years, 5 years. You want to see a bear cross on those tickers for confirmation that it's going to the depths of hell. So you can sell it for 3 months, 6 months, a year. These stock picks are not for a week. They're like 3-year holds, 1-year hold. Now you can trade these for 1 to 3 months, take money, and then get back in again. These are like duration trades. Like I'm going to buy a call that's 6 months out and cash it out in 3 months. I'm going to buy the underlying and I'm going to hold it for 1 to 3 years. Now I'm going to give you ones that are sell for multiple months. Like you sell this thing for like 3 months, 6 months, a month, a year. That kind of shit. Because we're going to have some downtime this summer. We're going to have some sideways market action going on. Like the dog days of summer, we're going to need something to do. So if the show gets slow, we'll have a whole segment geared towards stocks. Whether it's buying or selling. If this market starts to sell off, I want you to know if you're a bear out there and the market does go below certain levels and we start selling, I'll have those sell tickers for you too. Yeah, you're talking to me about Dash right now, right? We'll talk about Dash. Let's talk about Dash real quick. You want to look at Dash? We can do that. So Dash was one of these picks, right? So we'll do Dash. Nice clean chart on Dash. Not a lot of history here on Dash, right? So we'll chart it out. Well, first we're going to add it. Let's add the symbol. Dash. It's on there now. Okay, so we're going to start right there. So Winky just called out Dash. Cap, can you look at Dash? So we're going to look at Dash. You do this at home for yourself. You pay people for this shit. Here you go. It's free. Trend is on the upside, right? Consolidation. The violent move down in Dash has ended, right? For now, it's ended, right? So we know that as long as we continue up and to the right, someone out there has been accumulating. We know the volume's been high on it. We know that their ERs have been outstanding. Their sales, year-over-year sales are outstanding. Their profits are outstanding. Someone out there is buying it again, right?
And everyone understood risk of default. So we were also still expecting to hear from SMB's chairman Jordan. Again, no indication of a text or Q&A to be expected.
So I'm going to right-click this line. I'm going to add an alert on the trend line. I'm going to do crossing down. I'm going to do once per bar close. For me, I pay the, whatever it is, the most expensive shit here for TradingView. So open-ended alert.
Daily on that until leaders meet again Friday.
The alert name, right? Buy Dash. Doesn't mean I'm gonna buy Dash, but I'm gonna when I get this alert, what it's gonna say to me is buy Dash, right? So I'm gonna check the news. Hey, what's going on? Why is Dash back down here again? Is it just coming back down, or is there like, hey, the CEO committed fraud? Maybe I don't buy Dash, right? So it's an alert for me to check if we get up here. I'm also noticing we didn't quite hit that alert that time, did we? So I'm just gonna raise that alert up so I have a little bit of forewarning that we're getting salty. Getting kind of long in the tooth, right? I'm gonna put that bar right there. If we come back down here, let me know. I want to have a little bit of a
So Senator Banking to consider Bernstein that nomination on May 11th.
little warning, right? So we at least touch it, or if we break through, I have some time to buy in there. This is the trend up. This is November back here, right? Been a good printer, this thing, hasn't it? Put it right down here as we start to get salty. I want to know before we get there, right? Not bad, right? Set another alert on this one, right? Got an alert. Crossing up. Once per bar. Sell dash. Every time we get up here, right? Sellers coming in, right? Sellers coming in. Sellers coming in. Sellers coming in. A little long in the tooth up here, right? The gap is up here, isn't it? Turn to the scene of the crime. Kind of close, huh? 76.23. You know for sure we wore out some sellers here. This is all gap that needs filled up here, and then we get all this giant gap up here. Area of interest in here, right? So what do I want to see? I want to see wear out these sellers here. Consolidation, probably another leg up somewhere in here, right? Like right up in here, there's a second leg. A lot of work needs to be done to wear these sellers out in here. All trap buyers. Been sitting in this thing for what? A year. They're not going to go easily. Buyers that are trapped in here are going to be like, I've been sitting in this shit for a year and a half. I'm out. It's going to take some time, probably. A lot of buyers in here are going to get trapped. So, do I think we squeeze up here right now? Probably not. Probably going to take some consolidation. Likely consolidation here. Maybe a move down for a minute. And then we make the move up higher. Oh, but I want an alert right here on Dash. Target above. Could even go lower, like right there. Target above, $72. Extension trade. Up in there. If you're in it for the long haul, if you're in it for, if you're in it for multiple years, just buy and hold, baby. Buy it and add to it on this line down here. Do it until it doesn't work. It's like some guy down there bought $40, and what are we trading? 68. He's stoked. He's almost at 100%. He probably wants to get out around 100 to 150% profit, doesn't he? A little bit of a roll right now in the S&P 500. Trading sideways again, baby. Consolidating. There's a dash for you. Was that right? Did I do the right thing, Winky, or no? Selling a Nari 65 may put too risky if it collapses. I think there's a time to buy. Like if you want to sell puts, you should be selling that bottom line. And you want confirmation on that bottom line. I'm talking about buying in the underlying. Yeah, buy the underlying when it hits that bottom line on Nari, and then sell puts against it if it confirms that it's going higher. It's all good? All right, brother. Quizzy's looking for a bearish cross on the IWM 5-minute approaching soon. All right, so I'm going to close some of this stuff out.
So according to Answer, Italy's PM Maloney says she didn't back the China Pact when it was signed.
Duo. Look on their revenues. Revs 2019, 2020, 2021 in December. So Duo, right? Duolingo. We went over that chart a few minutes ago. December 2009, their revenues, $100 million. Revenues in 2020, December. This is all December. $150 million. Revenues in December 2022, $300 million. Revenues in December 2023, $475 million. And then, of course, people are like, Duolingo. Fuck that company. That company is now doing over $600 million in revs. We got AI coming down the road. Or you know, like AI is the new smart. Remember when everyone was like, I got a smartphone. Oh, I got a smart TV. I got a smart house. Not real AI. Not yet. But, you know, I've got AI now for Duolingo. EPS. Fiscal quarter 1, 2023 was down, right? But then it started going up again. Fiscal quarter 2023, Q2 went up. Q3 went up. Or it's anticipated to go up. We had a low on it, right? Of what? Minus 0.24. Actual was minus 0.06. Expectations are high for Q2 in 2023 on Duolingo. What's neat about Duolingo is that you're looking for, but because their revs are huge. And what's crazy is that you're looking for like that like these companies that did well in COVID. And now they've given back all that shit. Now it's time to reprice them again. And now it's time to see if they can hang on after COVID. Duolingo. What do I pay for TradingView? I don't know, like $600 a year or something. $500, $600. How did I shoot yesterday? Oh man, I need to play more. You know what it is? I didn't want to say this. I didn't want to say this because there was a time, right? Nice little bearish cross on the 1-minute chart here. Nice quick play to the downside, right? Bam. Another bearish cross right here to the downside in the 1-minute chart on SPY. Close that gap down at that H line. Don't forget these gaps are left behind down here. You know what sucks about so like there was a time, right? There's a long time ago where you could go to a golf course and take your time. Not the nice golf courses, but there were some really nice golf courses that nobody ever went to. You used to be able to go to, like if you lived in an area, you know, like let's say you had 10 golf courses, 3 of them nobody went to. And they'd be quiet. So you could go there and drink beers all day long, mess around with your friends and all that shit. Then there was a huge, maybe, this is longer than 10 years ago. But then we had like the rise of Tiger Woods and the rise of golf, and golf got crazy. All kinds of people came out to golf. golf always complains. They're always like, the sport's dying. Well, there was a huge resurgence in golf, whether they want to admit it or not. That's been going on for at least 2 decades now. Then we have more people alive. It's like golf courses to me over the years have changed. Playing golf and golf courses over the years have changed drastically. I can't find many golf courses that aren't booked solid all the time. There was this period in golf where golf courses got so busy, and a lot of golf players were used to slow play that there was a big argument. Like, you have to speed up your play. And it became very militant about speeding up your play. And then there was like this new class of retired people that their local course turned into their little like troll bridge fiefdom. And these are good golfers. They have time to play golf all the time. So there's this like, you know, play hard, play fast all the time. You know, some of these home courses, now that these courses are busy, people are really fast in these courses. They want to get their golf in and start drinking their martinis by, you know, a certain time of the morning before they have to go home and see their wives and shit. These angry old men. A little bit of a bounce over here. And so some would call this a double bottom. So what's fascinating is the state of golf right now is it's been driven into people's minds. You got to fast play, but there is a real like if you watch a match on TV or something, it's not even that fast, right? The speed of play today is just out of control. Like, so I was behind a foursome, and well, they were like, we're gonna start you on the back nine. I'm like, shit. And you know, it's stacked. There's just like foursome after foursome after foursome after foursome, and you can't play through these people. There's a point where you're just an asshole. And I'm starting to be the asshole. Like, I'm on these people's asses, and I don't want to be on these people's asses. And but then the fucking group behind me is shooting balls at me. You know, and I'm at the point where I'm like, can these assholes see that I'm behind some other assholes or not? So I just start sitting in my cart, you know, and these assholes behind me want to play through me, and I'm like, go fuck yourself. I'm not going to hit this asshole in front of me with a ball. So I slowed play down a little bit, and there's a part of golf right now that's like, I'm not happy with it. The speed of play. I don't know if that's like partially courses are too busy, trying to max out profits. If it's the players have been taught, like it's a combination of all this stuff. Players have been taught to play fast. The golf courses trying to be greedy. Like golf courses, like every fucking 12 minutes we're lining up a foursome or whatever. And I kind of miss. Ultimately, what I'm trying to say to you is, ultimately, I'm kind of missing like that golf course that, you know, it's just a little bit fucking slower, man. Like I mean, like this right now, it's like doesn't matter the tee time, doesn't matter the day of the week, doesn't matter what time it is, early, late, doesn't matter. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rain or shine, it's just slamming. And it's crazy because I used to live in the mountains, right? Championship courses with a lot of money put into them. Like the filthiest, richest places in the U.S. And I'd go there, and when the vacationers weren't there, the 15th homeowner wasn't there, those golf courses would be dead. You go out in that place, man, do whatever the fuck you want all day long. So I kind of when I was younger, I was able to play golf however I wanted. Then when, of course, I'm living in these rich communities, when none of the rich people were there, I'd be able to do whatever I want then. So I got my taste of it. But right now, the past few years, I haven't gotten a taste of it where I live. I'm kind of pissy about it. I shouldn't be, but I am. I'm like a baby that needs to be coddled. Pasture pool. I like it. I like so I'd like to go like I used to go out and like just I'd play like a nice mountain course and no one would be there. Be out there with some buddies. Cough up a few balls to the hazard gods. Take some stupid shots that you're like, there's no possible way we're taking this shot right now. And there's all of that. There's all of that. Like we're losing some liquidity right now in the market here. So there's like this, you're with a girl or something, you can run off into the woods or something for 15 minutes. On the weekends, the cart girls will come out and stuff, and it's just easy and fun. They're trying to make some money off you, so there's not that many people on the course, and so you just take care of them. They take care of you. It's good time. Those days are over, though. Or I think generally in like more populated areas, they're all over. Pasture pool. So now I feel like I'm being rushed. It's like rush. And so my of course, now I'm not expecting it to be dead, but my point here is I just need some breathing room so I can take my shot. I'm like running to take shots. Like I'm like jumping in the car, racing up the course, and then I'm like running over to my shot. I'm not able to line it up, take a breather, and get ready to take a shot. I feel it. So I guess that's my ultimate point is that, if I was playing for and not maybe not a league specifically, but a league for money or something or prizes, I'd probably get an extra 10 or 15 minutes on a hole, maybe a half an hour for the complete hole. Get my club, do the rangefinder, line my shot up, think my shot through, that kind of stuff. So like that part of golf is being maybe not I'm saying a half an hour, maybe 15 minutes. I'm over exaggerating here. Maybe like an extra 10 minutes. Maybe I'm still over exaggerating. An extra 5 or 10 minutes. I'm not getting that extra 5 or 10 minutes. It's like run. Yeah, I agree. So what's my handicap is that question. It changes depending on how the speed of play. Speed of play 100% impacts my my handicap. Oh, somebody just said SPY double bottom. I knew somebody was going to say that. Yeah, it's a double bottom for an inside trading day. Let's look on a 15-minute. 15 minutes, kind of bearish. Hourly's bearish. Yeah, one day we can go down more. It's looking bearish across the board right now. There might be a small trade in here for you. Small 1 minute or 5 minute play up here for you, but there's a roll coming. Or it looks like a roll is coming. And price isn't above that 1 minute right now. Let me check on the velocity and see what it's saying. If this is a viable dip or not, I'll know, right? I should be able to know right now if it is or not. Yeah, it's looking bullish. I think you're right. This might be a double bottom. Oh, no, that's the VIX. Nope. It's looking better on the hourly to go up here. On the daily, it's not. It's starting to get, like we're gonna get a roll at some point. Heading into that OPEX. One of these is gonna fail. I think every day that we get closer to OPEX, closer it is that we do that roll. I do wonder if PCI will matter. I don't like that it's not a trend day again. Like, I don't really want to I don't want to take this trade here. I always like guaranteed trades. I don't like that we didn't close this gap down here. So, like, if I have, like, high probability that we're going up here, I mean, we can go up, but it's not high probability for me. There's S1. There's S2. I'm going to go with no. For me, at least. There's a 1 minute chart right here. There's your, like, 5 minute play right there if you want it. There's a 5 minute chart now. There's your H line right here. I'm betting there's sell side here, just waiting for you to sell this down right here. I think sellers are sitting there just waiting for you to come up so they can sell it. That's just my own view right now. I'd like to see price get above right where we are. So this green line is actually lower. It's actually right here. This is the hourly trigger right here. It's actually lower. Can it squeeze? Yes. I don't know that I like it though. I'd really like it if price went up here and confirm the move higher and then take the calls right here. That's where the money trade is for the upside move. Until it does like this, where like it blasts up, confirms the move is higher, they're gonna run over some of these shorts. It's not for me. Yeah, David's long here. Target above 4160. Now have two rack. Well, maybe I am long here. There's a rack of 265,000 calls just came into the market on 413C. And another rack of 266,000 calls on, excuse me, on 412C. For a total of, this is intraday zero dates, now 500,000, over 500,000 calls on 412 and 413C. A lot of betting going on for an upside move here. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I'm long small caps, man. I was talking to a buddy this morning. There's a couple of us out there that are looking for that long trade on small caps. I'm long into late June. I want to see small caps explode to the upside. Quick liquidation break right now on SP 500. Sellers trying to step in on this hourly trigger, trying to pound down the squeeze to the upside. Need as much water as I can get right now. Hidden sellers coming in right now too. You can see one that white line down below.
Inflation is higher than we would like it to be.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'm going to read some news off to you. NASDAQ hits its highest level since August 2022. It was at 940 this morning. JPM CEO Jamie Dimon this morning said there is a higher chance of mistake on the debt limit. He also says, I hope the U.S. gets rid of debt limit one day. CPI report is showing progress. However, a default is the biggest threat. So, i.e., right, CPI is not showing the threat right now. It's the only thing you're hanging on to right now for volatility. Well, there's a couple things. I was talking to another guy this morning earlier, and I was like, well, what do we really have for volatility for the stock market? We've got the debt limit ceiling. We have either something unknown happening to someone in power, maybe at any point. The Ukraine-Russia war, it's two-sided. Like, if you had a mass casualty event this summer, that could be bad or good. If we had a truce at some point because of a mass casualty event, that could put 300 points on the board, no problem, to the upside. The initial reaction to an ending of war in Ukraine would be an upside move. Though ultimately, it's a negative for the market because war helps economies blunt recessions. We don't want to see a truce with the fighting. Believe it or not, there's fighting between China and the U.S. We want to see. This is gross to say. Like, I don't want to admit to this. It's not nice to say. But believe it or not, war between Russia, the U.S., and China, even just fear of war or the war production, actually helps all three of those economies to go up. Blunts the effects of the recession from COVID.
So First Citizen Bank shares shared loss agreement with the FDIC in connection with purchase of SVB covers estimated $60 billion of commercial loans. Apologies, just repeat that one there. So First Citizen Bank shares shared loss agreement with FDIC in connection with purchase of SVB covers estimated $60 billion of commercial loans.
There was a time where, pre-internet, the beginning of industrialized nations, where war was the solution to recessions and depressions. We're doing these proxy war things to blunt recessions, almost like a highly technical war that we're doing right now. So you don't want to see that end right now, believe it or not. It's gross to say that because poor people are who fight wars, and they're the ones that lose their lives. Civilians lose their lives. It's not pretty to say that. I'm not justifying it in any way, shape, or form, but that's just a reality of the cycles, debt cycles, short-term, long-term debt cycles. So Diamond is saying that the U.S. needs a tough and thoughtful approach to China. On that note, Debt limit talk. White House is saying that debt limit talks were productive and everyone understood the risk of default. That's kind of a stupid statement. There is no risk of default. I want you to know that. There is zero risk of default. Zero. So that's kind of a clown statement. White House is also saying that staff will meet daily on debt until leaders meet again Friday. That's positive. Although I don't know that they come to an agreement right away. I think that they come to an agreement in September. I think they like patch it up. That's my belief, that they're going to drag this shit out because they don't have a lot of volatility. So what do they have to bitch about? They can't really grasp for too much right now. So I think that stays on the table until the next shiny rock comes in, and maybe they'll take it off the table once we get some commercial real estate volatility. And then they'll be focused on that, and you'll have Senate hearings, and all that debt ceiling shit will go away. They need a shiny rock. You like throw them a rock and be like, here you go.
First Citizen Bank shares says the FDIC is to reimburse the company for 0% of losses up to $5 billion over covered assets, and 50% of losses in excess of $5 billion over covered assets.
You've got the Senate banking is to consider Bernstein nomination on May 11th. First Citizens shared loss agreement with FDIC in connection with purchase of SVB covers estimated $60 billion of commercial loans.
S&B's chairman Jordan says S&B swift action helped tame inflation.
Microsoft won't raise salaries for full-time employees this year. Is reducing bonuses and stock award budget. Outstanding. Good job, Microsoft. More profits. More greed. I hate saying this stuff because it's counter to what you should be thinking if you have a Main Street hat. Italy's PM Maloney saying no decision yet on leaving Belt and Road Initiative deal with China. Debate is open. There's a lot of Italians that are fighting for Russia. I don't know if you know this, but there are a lot of Italians fighting for Russia right now in the Ukraine war. Credit Suisse's Japan bondholders seek arbitration over AT1 wipeout. It's coming from the Nikkei. 2 Japanese life insurers to cut U.S. Treasury holdings. Coming from the Nikkei. We need the see if they can grab some of these calls here. They're getting nice and weak.
S&B's Jordan says nominal Swiss franc appreciation is mostly due to inflation abroad.
See if we can close this down below, this little gap right here. There's a little gap down below here if I can grab some calls down here. Something like that.
And Swiss National Bank Chairman Jordan says current monetary policy is still not restrictive enough.
I bought some 412Cs. I'll add to the position if I need to.
S&P's Chairman Jordan says, I don't expect a wage price spiral, but there are risks.
Oh, yeah, baby. There's that buy. Come on in there. To the tick, baby.
S&P's Chairman Jordan says I can't exclude further monetary policy tightening.
Get on up there. Make me some money.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah. Do, 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 do. Make me some money, baby. Make me some money. Just give me a face ripper. At this point, if you want me to do it, chart out a ticker, like if you want me to chart out a ticker today, I'm in some calls right now. I'm going to chart out a ticker for you. It's super chat me, $5, and I'll chart whatever you want. Come on, make me some money here. Squeeze it.
S&P's Chairman Jordan says I'm willing to use FX sales as policy tool if needed.
Tesla perking up. MP Futures, thank you for following. KRE, thank you for subscribing via Prime on Twitch. Appreciate it. JRR4741, subscribe. Thank you, brother. Tim Morgan, 2113, followed on Twitch. Thank you. SG Horan, 77, followed on Twitch. Matt Bango, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Strict Lies has followed on Twitch. Easy Money, 26, followed on Twitch. Male Gossip is a Disease, subscribed on YouTube. That's a great name. UCCat1 followed on Twitch. Beast Nocho has followed on Twitch. Not much going on right now. I'm trying to watch in the background here. Haven't seen anything. VIX. Not doing a whole hell of a lot, just floating around. VIX with a series of new higher bottoms, consolidating, trying to make a run higher. Above, VIX has some resistance at 1752 and 1809. SPY just sitting here consolidating. Sitting around that hourly trigger. Bears looking for 409.26. Bulls looking for more consolidation to start ripping face to go higher. We did tag the low down here at 410.17. We left behind a small gap down below. There's a bunch of crap up above we haven't hit yet again. Left a bunch of pivots up on high from pre-market. Hasn't been seen. Yawn Fest. Middle of the afternoon. 12:43 in the afternoon. Yeah, I'm almost ready to go potty myself. Someone said PP coin. Chart PP coin. Bree Baldo asking, will Qs pull back 5% ever again in history? We need some debt ceiling vol. Now that I'm pounding water, I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Zachary saying PRPH ping-ponging in a 6-trigger cluster. Very thinly traded, 150 million market cap. Earnings tomorrow morning. Careful with this one. Apologies for the incorrect SYM level. Good job there, Zachary. Appreciate it, bro. Has there been any volume into it at all? Yeah, I got to go pee-pee myself. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I got to go potty. I got to go tinkles.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $9.5 billion.
All right, I'm back. Nothing's happened. I did get a package. What did I get? Ooh. Oh yeah. I don't want to mess with that thing. Probably shouldn't mess with that. Just got a new CPU. Got a new Ryzen 7. Ryzen 7, AMD Ryzen 7 3700 X R7. I think that's okay. Look this thing up. AMD Ryzen 7. Hope that's the right one. 8 core, 16 thread unlocked.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the 10-year note auction. So the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 36 and a prior high yield of 3.455%. So just taking a look at the preview of this auction then. So given rich valuations and long positioning, JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring a further concession from Tuesday's closing levels to be digested smoothly. Latest JP Morgan Treasury client survey showed net longs rising to the most since March 2020. Meanwhile, in futures, the latest CFTC future positioning data showed speculators net short 749,000 10-year note contracts and net short 218,000 ultra 10-year note contracts. So potential source of covering demand.
I've got a
Primary dealer positions in the 7 to 11-year sector was net long $4.4 billion in the week ended April 26th versus the $1 billion net short over the past year.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
yeah, motherboard is a 4AM4 motherboard. It's kind of it's a cheap Chinese motherboard, but it says that it does the it's an AM4. It's an AM4. It's a 4AM4 motherboard. They've got a cheap Chinese knockoff motherboard, but it's still working just fine. So, neighbor's porch. I don't think a lot of my neighbors here are running Ryzen 7s. Not a bad little rig right here. You know what though is that all I know is that I can't touch it, right? Like don't touch the prongs on it. Don't mess with it. I don't let this other guy install it because the therma or the pins on the last one were shorting out, and the thermal paste wasn't put on properly. So I'm gonna let this smart guy put it on for me. I shouldn't even have it near anything, should I? Like electrostatic charges and all that shit. Neighbor's porch. Yeah, we're going to get a little bloodbath here. We got a little bloodbath coming down to this H line right here, and then probably a move higher. It's looking like it. You see the rug pull happening right now, so be careful here if you're long. Do you see the red line below me? Oh, it's disappearing. That's the rug pull going on right now. Right here, this little H line, there's a little bit of a gap down here left behind. Right down here. Yeah, I had to rebuild it. It like blew up, and it's been an entire like. It's been this like I went to I couldn't get it into like I went to Micro Center first, and I was like, this has been a saga. Like I went to some Micro Center, they're like, you won't have it back for like 2 or 3 weeks. I'm like, I got to stream, and so I bought a new rig. Like that's what I got sitting over there. So I got a new rig sitting over there, and then right over here. And I was like, well, at least I'll have a backup. And then I was like, well, I'm having issues when I'm not available to live stream, but I want to put a live stream up. I have an issue like putting all this, like getting this to you in 4 seconds from real time takes a lot of computing power, and it takes a lot of like I got a bunch of graphics cards running, like HT60s, and a bunch of like wires and stuff and all kinds of crap. So if I'm not here, or if I'm here in the office, let's say I'm here in the office doing work, I need all this to do my work. Like I need all these screeners, all this stuff to do a bunch of stuff, and trade and stuff like that if I'm not streaming. Like if I'm streaming but I'm not on the stream.
36 and a prior high yield of 3.455%.
And then, of course, I need a backup rig in case this one ever goes down. Because like the cost of me doing this, like it's fucking thousands of dollars. Like right now in this place, I'm probably into all this for like like 15 grand or something like that. Between the lights, the cameras, I got $1,000 camera sitting up here, and they got to put the tripod and the wires and all that other nonsense. And so I'm like, well. You got lights in the background. You can't see some of this stuff. They got box lights back here, like soft boxes, and so I'm like, well, I'll make a second setup, and I'll make a backup at the same time. So I'll go back and repair this computer, and I'll make a second rig. And what I'll do with the second rig is I'm gonna set it up so that I can live stream. Even if I'm not here or I'm in the office. So you guys are going to get a live stream every day no matter what. And I'll set that rig up so that I can just turn it on in the morning. Like it's on, it's off. It'll be set to go every day. So we'll still run it if I'm not, so you guys will get more consistent streams from me. You'll get them Monday through Friday no matter what. You'll have a place to go in the chat, so that you can always be like, hey, I'm long, I'm short, or what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And then at some point, I think I could even do something where I can run the stream, and I can do it with Google Meet or something, and someone else could host the show. So if they wanted to adjust some of these things and whatever. Anyways, I don't know. That's a bunch of shit, but the thought process here is that it'll make things more consistent, more smooth. And it's been a saga to get this computer fixed. So originally, I knew that the CPU was the likely culprit. And I went to Micro Center, and they were like, it's going to take forever. So I'm like, fuck it, I got to get the stream back up and running. Spent a bunch of money. Done. Took it to a local guy that was on like Facebook or something that was like, that's not how it happened. I went to a local computer repair shop, and the guy was like, I don't do this anymore. He's like, I just focus on commercial work. He's like, but the guy that I used to have do the, I don't know, like a regular customer, I'll give you his phone number and you can call him. I send all that work to him. So I go, okay. So I found that guy, and he took the computer and was like, I can't even get a monitor. He's like, I can't even get a monitor to come up to look at the screen that shows the BIOS. Big red balls right now. Looking for some capitulation moves to the downside, to the H line here. Trying to tag this H line down below. We still didn't hit it. And we haven't hit the pre-market low. That's this one right here. This one right here is the pre-market low. And this one is another pre-market low. It's the first one right here where this is where buyers stepped in. I'm going to show it to you. So right here, we saw buyers step in right here. And the other place of interest is down below here. This is also when algorithms stepped in. So these are your two H lines right here. And we never closed the gap from this morning, right down here.
So at the top of the hour, we do get the Treasury when issued for the 10-year yield. Following a minute or so after, we get the results.
Put another one down here.
10-year note auction. I'll lead with the bids cover.
And so anyways, this guy, I don't know why this guy couldn't do this. He just needed a DV cable with a DVI cable with a DVI cable with on the motherboard, and he would have gotten the boot menu. So I think I paid this guy $70 for his time. So now I'm down $70. It's not fixed. Kind of pissed off at this point. Take the desktop back here to my house. I'm able to get the BIOS back on again, so I start messing around with it.
3.439% before the $35 billion auction.
I find a local company that'll look at it. And a bunch of Chaldeans. It reminds me of that Lewis show, the guy from YouTube.
They think the Ukraine Black Sea grain deal could be extended for at least 2 more months.
So this guy's in there just banging out computers all day long, sitting at a desk, and he's replacing Apple iPhone screens, and he's got MacBooks everywhere and all kinds of nonsense, not nonsense, like smart shit that he's doing. And now, but from looking at it, though, he was like, I think it's the motherboard shorted out, or you blew up the motherboard somehow. And I'm like, okay. So I went and bought a new motherboard. Dropped it off, and then he got to it, and he was like, I threw another motherboard in there, and it's not that he goes, the motherboard, or he goes, I threw a different CPU in there, and the motherboard was fine. So now I've got a motherboard that I bought. I'm like, shit. So I bought a new motherboard, couple $100. And he's like, the CPU is bad. Now, he had a CPU. He had a Ryzen 3 or 5 or something. He's like, I can sell you that. And I was like, let me take a look. So I ordered a Ryzen 7. I don't know which one I ordered. I just told you what it was. It's a Ryzen 7 3700X, 8-core, 16-thread unlocked. And so now I got to bring this one down to him and have him mount this onto the desktop.
Bids cover 2 to 45, 2 to 45, and a high yield of 3.448%. 3.448%. So the US selling $35 billion of 10-year notes.
Nice.
70.7% of bids at high. So primary dealers taking 13.04% and direct taking 19.46% and indirect taking 67.5%.
This is the Bears are always waiting for. The Bears are always waiting for the day when nobody shows up to the bond auction.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So the US 10-year note draws 3.448% versus the 3.439 pre-sale when issued yield.
So I'm hoping if I bring this fucking CPU down to this guy, he's gonna mount it. and I can put in a I can put this computer up and running in the background here. And what I'll do is a second setup. And if we ever get self-sufficient, where this stuff pays for itself, I'll probably even mail it to the setup to somebody else to stream. So if we can get someone to do a nighttime stream or a nighttime show or something like that, I will be able to do both. The other thing I was thinking about was maybe finding somebody here, and I was like, maybe I'll get an office or something, like a commercial space, and try to meet a trader from Detroit or Michigan or something. I think that's a far shot in the dark. I don't think I'll find that, but if I did, I always had these I have this fantasies of maybe buying a building and teaching basic economics to people from the inner city.
US 10-year Treasury yields little changed after the auction at 3.454%.
It's a thought. Just sitting down here in S1 again. Slow market. Just hit the fucking gap, please. It's making my eyes bleed watching this. It's like so much drama to get down here. I feel like I'm reading a bear fable right now. Yeah, it's easier to set up OBS on their own PC. Yeah, I bet that is. I was thinking the same thing, Winky. But if they don't have a rig to do it all, yeah, just do it have someone set up OBS on their own. Have someone set up OBS on their own rig. I probably have to mail them something because you need two rigs, you need two computers, and you need dual core, and you need a graphics card that can actually push. You need to separate you need to run stuff off the separate the computing power. Bookmap's no joke. That the thing's it's a power hog. So maybe one of you one day will be the proud owner of a pretty bitchin' ass gaming rig. Bitchin' Camaro. Maybe one of you will get a package from CaptainJimJames. Home built. Well, I guess it's half home built and half professionally built gaming rig for streaming. It's got all kinds of cool lights and shit too, LEDs. It's got a bunch of fans on it. It purrs. When it's running, it purrs. No, it's not a raffle. It's like something I got to give to someone that wants to stream or make nightly videos or something. Because we'll try it without that setup. If it can be done, I think it's if you're making a video at nighttime, you don't need all that stuff. If you're just charting out the market and being if you're recording a video, and there's some simpler ways. There's there's some great editing software out there that's easier to use than Photoshop. There are some mimic editing softwares out there that do a kick-ass job. And then it doesn't you don't need the computing power when you're recording a video. When you're live streaming, you do. If you're just making a recorded video at nighttime, it's all easy. Well, it's easy computing. The effort and time comes in the editing process. But the actual computing power is not required, and that's the other fucked up thing. Like, there's a way for you to live stream without a lot of computing power if you use the cloud, but you're kind of limited with the software available to do it. Like, there's some streaming companies out there that offer cloud services, and they offer you like you can have a screen or two, but you can't have 6 screens. So like right now, I can click through, I can cycle through right now like 6 screens right here. Like in the background, like right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 screens. So if I wanted to, I could like cut a scene and show you a different screener right now. So here, let me see. Let me see if I can. Looks like the trigger. I can. Well, that's the wrong one. You know, like there's one right there. They're all fucked up right now. But whenever the computer resets itself, I have to change what the screeners are. But it does show like. So I've got like different screeners. I can like jump through and be like, hey, we're gonna interlude to this right now. Trading 410.41 down to S1. Please, for the love of all that's good and holy, close the gap. Down at 409.94.97. It's making my eyes bleed watching this. Killing me, Smalls. Pre-market gap down here. Pre-market low. Pre-market low 409.73. Tiny gap between 409.94, 409.98. There's another ghost print back here above at 410.07.
Sperling, it says seeing a productive process on debt limit talks.
This literally just took, you ready? This took, how long did this take? 11:55. No, actually, the entire move down just took, you ready for this? 11:40 this morning. It's been like 2 hours. Still, liquidity on the upside at 416 or 4160. It's almost like they don't have enough to do during the day, so like we're gonna take all day to do this. We're gonna waste the entire day here. Please come down and touch it. Almost there. 410.14. Oh. Oh. Someone kick the algorithm. Someone go downstairs to the basement at JPM and kick the algo. I gotta throw some more calls on here.
Just taking a look at some market commentary from analysts as seeing the S&P 500 completely erase gains earlier from the CPI print. So they say a jump in US stocks lost steam while treasuries held.
No, it hasn't completely erased it yet. It's got a little bit more to go. It's got a couple more ticks to go.
And swaps traders up to bet the Federal Reserve will cut rates this year. So the S&P 500 erased the advance, while the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 touched August highs before pairing to a 0.6% gain. The so-called FANG names, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, bolstered the benchmarks. Other stocks on the move included Airbnb, which slid after a cautious forecast for second quarter sales, and Rivian Automotive, which rose after reaffirming production plans.
One more red bar. Give me one more fucking red bar. I'm like, give me, all I want is like one more red bar right here. I want this one right here. I'm going to get left behind. I want just that one more touchdown here. One more red bar. One big old bloodbath down here. Ah, fuck. Like, just give me one more big red bar right here. I just want one more. Just like right here. Close that gap. Touch S2. And do a little tiny like tip right through here. And then we're just off and running. Come on, baby. One more red bar.
The results from the Federal Reverse Repo operation.
And on down there. I got my finger on the buy trigger again.
$104 counterparties take $2.233 trillion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
You know what? I'll even take down here. Give me S3 down here. Me any of this. I'll take any of it. I'll take the last red bar down here. I'll take this red bar right here. Whatever you got. Come on, baby. Give me that capitulation bar. Give me that ghost print down there. Get a little bit more. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Oh. Come on, you dirty dog. There you go. There you go. Almost there. Oh. Oh, this is what summer's going to be like. Can't wait for summer. We'll be sitting here all morning. Oh. Almost there. Oh, God. Dude, when this market's moving fast, it's like, when this market's moving fast, like these red bars are like so fast. Now I'm waiting like 15 minutes for this to happen. It's 118 right now. I got to look for the next 12 minutes. 130 I'm hoping for a low. Another 12 minutes. I'm just sitting here in my hands just waiting. Oh. Yeah, I could just buy some Friday calls here and not worry about it. Maybe I'll look at Friday instead of today. And then the next 18 minutes really isn't going to matter. 415s are 45 cents. Those are pretty cheap. $415 for Friday. Trading almost 409. So it's at 60 points. I don't know if we'll get there.
So SEC Chair Gensler warns of a lasting effects of a U.S. debt default. So in 10 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from Biden, who speaks on avoiding a U.S. debt default. So we've put the video to this on the newsfeed for those of you.
Yeah, so we got 10 minutes to the 1:30 hour.
This stream is sponsored by TixRite.
So hopefully we can get like the 1:30 hour. We'll get down there and hit this H line.
And stock instruments. Get a free
About 10 more minutes left.
TixRite.com.
Gap's almost gone right there. There goes the gap. I bought some, what do I got? What am I owning here? I got some 410Cs. I think I paid 48 cents for them. Maybe more. No, 78 cents.
So just seeing Bitcoin extend its decline to below $27,000.
Oh, yeah. Crank up there, baby. Crank on up there. Gap is now closed on SPY. There's one more H line down here. Just be aware of this one. This is the, so what we had just happened was that the gap was closed finally down here. There's a pre-market low down here. Is this pre-market? Yeah, pre-market low down here, 409.73. But the gap is now closed. We have the daily trigger right here. So you have the pre-market low right here. We have the daily trigger right here. We have S3 down here. And then this is the previous low going back to, or this is like the previous daily low, I believe. Or no, this is the opening price on May 5th down here. That's this one right here, I believe. I believe that's what it is. Let me look. The entire move to be erased, I believe, is this one right here. Now that doesn't count the move down in pre-market. The closing move is way down here. It's like 403.72, 406.31. That kind. We have more gap down here. You see it right here? You see that gap down here? There's a little bit more gap right here that needs to be closed. They're going down to close it right now. And that gap just got erased, and we have this pre-market low right down here, 409.73. So gap just closed on the S&P 500. Put that one right there for you. Pre-market low is just tagged on S&P 500. SPY now trading down to the daily trigger, 409.45. VIX still not topping yet. VIX has a top at 1817. And SPY right now is testing its the actual price on the hourly trigger is 409.11.
Waiting to hear comments from Biden, who speaks on avoiding a US default. So the video to this is on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
409.11 on the daily trigger, which is right here. I'll tag one for you. Capitulation in the S&P 500, right there. So this is actually lower. It's like right there. Coast to coast today, getting down to R3, above R3 and S3 on the daily range here. Trading 409.36. I'm long calls here, by the way. I've got a bunch of 410s expiring today. We have 409.11 down below here. This is the daily trigger. Let me see if I can show it to you guys real quick. Touching the daily trigger right now. This is on the SPY 1-minute chart. You'll also note that previous examples of us touching this daily trigger up here has resulted in a blast through and a rejection to lower lows. We have other examples of it just bouncing straight off of it. But you also want to be looking for how deep we are here. And you're seeing some weakness, but there's more weakness to go. We can break through this yellow line, no problemo. You can see the touch right now on this daily trigger. Can we break through this? Absolutely we can. We were not on lows like we are. See, this hourly velocity right now is nowhere near its low. So I think we can break through this. It's possible.
The exchange has attacked Biden administration crackdown on the industry and said it hopes to gain regulatory approval in the UK. So this did come out a little while ago.
409.09 right now. 408 blasting down to S3. 408.67 is the opening price. Huge move, downside move for the SPY here.
Biden's crypto crackdown makes
Huge bear flag up here.
in the US.
Bloodbath in the S&P 500. Coast to coast. Let's look at it from top to bottom here today. Talk about a range all the way up to 414.91. Almost 50 points straight up. Not quite. And then almost what do we got here for this down here? We're trading 409.04, so another 50 points down. 100 points so far on the day, up and down, roughly. Hand grenades and horseshoes. Huge moves all day long. Huge moves pre-market to the upside. Huge moves to the downside in regular market hours. Now, one more minute left until we hit that 1:30 hour. We've got Biden coming out with a presser at 1:30 discussing the debt ceiling drama. No, I'm long calls here. I've got 0 dates for this close up here, for this bounce up to the daily. Shit, no. Shit, no, I'm not. I'm long calls here, without a doubt.
The Telegraph come out at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So we've put the Telegraph piece on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Just added some to him, too, to 410. $409 on the low here. 409, 40. What is it? 408.98 on the low on the daily trigger. In for 60 cents in total right now. Maybe 65 cents, I'm not sure. About 48 and I believe 78. So do the math on that for 20 contracts. SPY trading 409.51. Bounce on SPY here, trading 409.55. Come on, baby. I'm not seeing the Biden talk here coming up right now. 409.85.
This crypto news. Yesterday, we did see Jane Street Group and Jump pull back on crypto trading amid a US crackdown. So as well, Binance crypto crackdown makes it very difficult to do business in the US.
Had a new low at the 1:30 hour. See if the bulls can take it back from 1:30 until 2:30. Need to get over 409.71 right now. So right here is where I need to get over. So I can draw this out for you. So right here, I need to get over this H line right here. If I can get over this here, we're good to go. If I can't, I need to get over this line right here. If I can get over this, I can get up here. If I can't, if it starts to reverse right here, I'm going to have to cut them loose.
This stream is sponsored by To This.
Next 2-3 bars, I'll know.
Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, they're going all over the place. They're in the 60s for a minute or two. I need to get above here. Oh, dude, watching this right now is like killing me, just the speed of it. It's so slow, I'm like... This yellow line is the key right here. You see this yellow line, this like hot fluorescent yellow line right here? You need to get above that yellow line right there. Come on, baby. What I definitely don't want to see, I'll show you what I don't want to see. What I definitely don't want to see is, I don't want to see price get under here and hold. Any kind of holding underneath this daily trigger is no bueno. Like, this is kind of like the demarcation point for bulls. There's another leg down if price stays underneath this yellow line. So this yellow line right here is kind of like my place right here. It's my line in the sand. You'd expect another leg down. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up here and look for it. Your next price target is 402.43. So underneath here, 402.43. It's another 80 points under here. No, not 80. Sorry, I'm misspeaking here. Another 70 points down underneath this line right here. This line in the sand right here is kind of big. $402.46. So you're talking about pretty significant. Like, let's just look at this. Your next target here, not today. This you wouldn't get it today, but like over the course of the next 5 days, if this breaks and we hold under it like this, that is your target right there. And you get a couple speed bumps along the way. It's an important thing here to note if we close under this yellow tag here. $408.99, trying to break through right now. You can see that red bar coming below here. If you look down below here, you see that support, that red bar down below. Now, if we tag that red bar down below here and we close under this 409.11, it does not bode well for, it doesn't bode well. It's just that daily trend, that daily velocity will take us down into that 402. I'm going to get stopped out here in just a minute.
It's just seeing Bitcoin now last down 1.2% at $27,310.
VIX trading VIX breaking through its daily velocity in the hourly, daily, 1 and 5 minute. Hold on, I got somebody at my front door here. VIX bullish, man. I'll tell you what, even though we're bouncing right here, VIX is extremely bullish right now. I'm going to show you guys a chart for the VIX real quick. I'm going to get stopped out here in just a minute. I'm going to put some limit cells in here. Hold on. So on the VIX right now, I'm going to bring over a chart for you to look at here. So just so you can see this here, right? You've got price on VIX coming up, breaking above currently the daily trigger at 1825. I want you to see it right here. So you see all this movement up here. You see the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the hourly down below it. It's getting bullish. Whenever we come up in here with all of these triggers, we reject or we really start blasting off. Like squeeze and blasting, and then we get a face ripper up here. The target above is $20.35 on the VIX. Crucial part for the market here. Do we get the leg down to 402 or do we recover? Let me move all these over so you can see them on this side. Market's been teeing off this yellow line the whole way down here. I'm just going to make this yellow. Market's just been teeing off. Boom, sell, boom, sell, boom, sell. Whole way down. Sellers definitely want to close underneath this S3 right here for this next leg down. They want to close the market underneath 409.11. I need to get above this yellow line right here. I don't care if it's like this one moves with this yellow line. Wherever this yellow line is, so these are where your sellers are right here. And you need to push off of them. Well, I guess I do. I need to push off them and get up to this white line and try to break above to this 410 above here. Not looking good for me right now. $144. And they were able to get on the at 12. They got a new low here. Sellers got a new low at 130. And they just got a new low in the first 15 minutes. I still don't see anybody at my front door. Come on, squeeze, baby. Not seeing anything from Biden right now. They were talking about it earlier in the news squawk. Not a word. Could see a pullback on the VIX to 1759. Keep that on your radar. Yeah, it's still not a bad bounce. I want to see if this holds. My issue here, what I'm looking at here is I don't want to see, like, I'm watching the VIX right now, and I'm like, I don't want this right here. Like, if that shit happens, I'll be pissed. I want to see a bounce and then the recovery to the upside here. Looking for that right there. Oh, yeah, breaking above right now. This is a good sign right here. Ooh, sweating bullets. Oof. I was sweating bullets. Whew. I was sweating bullets on that one. Hate buying dips. 409.70 right now. I need the fucking VIX to roll over here. Come on, baby. Make me some fucking money. See if we can get 410.49. There you go. You need to get that VIX down there like 1759.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the US federal budget balance forecast 235 billion on the prior 378 billion.
All right, let me see if I see any news in the background. I'm trying to hit this right here. If I can get up to somewhere in here minimum. I get like next 15 minutes up in here. Cut them loose, come back in and look for another tag up here at 411. I think upside target 411.25, possible 411.40. I don't think we get up here, but at least this right here, if I can grab that right there. What I don't want to do is get caught in any kind of this bullshit. And then they pin the close for PPI tomorrow. And that's the end of the vol for the week. There really isn't a lot of volatility left in the week. We've got one more day of it. So if we do make our way lower on Thursday, if we're able to get like some new lows on Thursday, VIX should, we should be able to buy Friday into the like a Friday trend day. So we can get this going back here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
I mean, all that drama for, I mean, like, literally look at it. Like, R1, and like, S3 and R3. R3 is 413.20, and S3 is 409.01, where, you know, like, normally we've got ranges that are, like, 100-point ranges each day. Not much range today, right, price-wise. So the key here for bears is they have to get a low by Thursday. Otherwise, you know, if you get the low into Thursday, you'll get the trend day on Friday. If you get another squeeze up tomorrow on PPI, then you'll likely go down on Friday. You kind of want that capitulation move. You could like nail like 402 or something like that on, but like Thursday close or Friday open. I think we had that last Friday, right? We had like another bunch of bad days. We went down into Friday. It was like bloodbath into Thursday, and then Friday was just straight trend day. Trading 409.96 right now. 409.97, 95. Watch the green balls there. You're seeing that those sellers are sitting up there right here. So maybe I'll expand that for you so you can see it. Right up here at 412,975.
So Biden has now.
Oh yeah, baby, make me some fucking money.
On avoiding the debt default.
Squeeze it. 410's trading 75 cents right now. Remember what I said about this bouncing back and forth bullshit. If I was a bear, I'd be like, if I was like a sell-side hedge fund, I'd be just looking for this nonsense. Then you get that quick blood down, and it's tomorrow. Pin the market. VIX trading 1780. Still want to see VIX get down to at least 1760. We're almost, that's 1:54 right now. We've got 2 hours left until 4 p.m. So we'll review what to expect into tomorrow. Tomorrow's economic calendar for the 11th. We've got PPI. We talked about how the PPI has been more concerning than CPI. The focus was on CPI for a long time. That would come down. Now, PPI, this is where the producers out there are creating the inflation, right? That it's not quite the retailers, it's the...
5 minutes away now to get the US federal budget balance. Forecast $235 billion on the prior of minus $378 billion.
The PPI has been in the previous CPI and PPI reports, the PPI seems to have been the negativity is focused there right now. So we have that tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. We have PPI, core PPI, PPI year over year, core PPI year over year. But we also have claims tomorrow. We have initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims. Those are important as well. All stacked up for 8:30 in the morning. We've been selling off on these Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then we have a trend day on Friday. And then on Friday this week, we've got import price index minus fuel, consumer sentiment at 10. Those are both at 8:30, and then consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. Next week, we've got the Empire State Manufacturing Survey at 8:30 a.m. on Monday the 15th. On Tuesday, we have at 8:30 in the morning U.S. retail sales minus autos, industrial production, capacity utilization, and then home builder index. Pay attention to this stuff because it's important because we're coming into OPEX week next week. We've got housing starts on Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning. Then we have the Philly Fed on Thursday at 8:30, claims at 8:30 on Thursday, continuing jobless claims at 8:30. We have existing home sales. That's an important one to me. I want to see what's going to be going on with this into the summer and fall. And then the U.S. leading economic indicators. Those are both at 10 a.m. Nothing scheduled on Friday. I'm going to get you guys some data for tomorrow. I've got a surprise for you. So for tomorrow, I'm going to talk to you about if the market is up or down into OPEX, what to expect. There's some big moves that will be made, some big trend days. And we're going to discuss previous history of how those have played out. And they can really, you can make a pretty fucking penny on these days as we head into them. So into OPEX, I think yesterday, the day before, we were talking about the Thursday of OPEX. You're going to be looking for that monthly low into that, in and around that date. If we can get that monthly low for the month, you'll get a trend day out of it. It'll be a good place to buy the market for June. That's how fast this month is running right now. We have one more week into monthly OPEX. Oh yeah, get on up there. Trading 410.21 right now. Squeeze it on up, baby. I'm going to probably sell these calls as we come up here. I want you to see this. I'm going to start taking some money off the table right up in here. We got an order in right now. See if we can get them filled. Nice squeeze higher right there. First scene of the crime right here at S1. Second scene of the crime above at 411.20. Oh yeah, fill that shit.
One minute remaining.
VIX coming down into its hourly and 5-minute trigger right now.
Ten seconds.
Yeah, I don't see why bulls would capitulate here in any meaningful way. Other than natural selling, I don't see. Someone's posting about the cues. We're coming into us. I'll show you this. I'm going to bring this up right now so you can see it.
The US Treasury official says the FDIC outlay frees up $41 billion in additional borrowing capacity under the debt ceiling. And the US Treasury official says the fiscal year of 2023 year-to-date outlays include $41 billion in FDIC costs associated with bank rescues. And the US April budget outlays $462 billion versus $555 billion in April. Receipts $639 billion versus $864 billion in April 2022. US fiscal 2023 year-to-date deficit of $925 billion versus a comparable fiscal 2022 $360 billion deficit, and US April budget surplus $176 billion there.
Now I want to show you guys something here. So this is a seasonal equity clock. Now, you know, you can't trust these things. We all know that. I hate them. Everybody hates them. Everybody says, I'm gonna say that I don't follow equity clocks. I'll tell you what, there's an equity clock for a effing reason. And I want you to see something here.
And confirms the Bank of France's 2023 GDP forecast of 0.6%. And ECB's Villeroy says marginal distance left to cover with rates.
So the NASDAQ composite right here from April 15th until July 17th is a whole nother cycle in it.
Lying ahead is more marginal.
You start buying vol on July 3rd. T-bonds season, buy a low, right? Buy a low on T-bonds.
2% as soon as the end of 2024.
Sectors, construction, staples, healthcare down here. Industries, we're almost into biotechs, we're almost into household goods. But just NASDAQ specifically, like is NASDAQ, oh yeah. Is NASDAQ, I'm watching this bounce right now and I'm like, how many fucking sellers are tied into this right now, getting their asses handed to them?
This stream is sponsored by free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So, like, an idea here would be if you're going to short NASDAQ, it's probably around mid-July. Mid-July, that's when you start shorting NASDAQ. Trading 410, 46. Like, you can short it like intraday and shit, but I'm talking about like I want to put my NASDAQ short on, probably mid-July. I'm making money, baby! Print me some money! Look at that, huh? Woo! Woo, doggy, get on up there. Slap that ass. That's how I like it, moving straight up. Yeah, touch it. Next target, 411.22. Oh, yeah, push it, baby, push it. Return to the scene of the crime.
So Bitcoin falling below $27,000, the lowest since late March, last down 0.6% at $27,000, 481.
I don't know what's going on in my brokerage right now. I got some really wonky shit going on. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? I'm not catching fills and I don't know why. Hold on a second here. None of my stuff is filled here to sell, so I guess I'm still long. I don't know why I'm not selling. I don't know why my shit's not selling, but okay, fuck it, we'll make more money. I don't know. I just had some really weird shit going on with my brokerage right now. Like, I can't close anything. I'm having sell orders rejected. Anyways, I closed a bunch of shit just now. Like, had to hand do it. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I just sold right here. Like, I had sell orders in, they didn't hit. I'm putting orders in, they're being rejected. I don't know why that is. And we're going way above where I should be filling. Like, they're like the order itself just being rejected right now. I don't know why. Yo, I reset my thing 4 times trying to get out. I like reset my whole entire thing here. So it still wasn't allowing me to I reset 3 times, like refresh the page. Didn't make a difference. So I'm flat right now. This is a great trade right here. So I just want to ask a question. I want to go into the chat real quick. Why are you buying calls here? 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 Are you crazy right now buying calls here? What are you doing, you lunatic, buying calls here? Why are you buying calls here? Why are you buying calls? Well, that's a lot of why are you buying calls here? Are you short right now, or are you in puts right now? I want to know. Let me ask you, are you in puts right now? Let me know. Yeah, I bet, right? I bet you were short up here and you were closed right here and you were long right here. I bet. Trading 410.93 right now. Bloodbath in the VIX once again. Trading below its hourly in 5 minute and 1 minute. Take the money and run. Abandon ship. Take the money and run. Abandon ship. Grubster, where the fuck have you been, man? What's going on? What the fuck is going on, Grubster? That's not cool. Oh, look at Google. Hold on. I just saw it. Oh, my God. Hey, Grubster, hit me with an email, man, at CaptainJimJames@gmail.com. Trading up into 411.21. Point of interest right here. Bam, baby. Yeah, they had no problem with me buying these fucking calls. They sure as shit had a problem with me selling them. No problem selling them. Or no problem buying them. 410's now trading $1.30. $1.30 on 410 C's. Grubster, hit me up, man, in an email. Send me your, shoot me an email with your phone number so I can give you a shout. Divorce sucks, man. Do you have people around you? I know in public you'll be all fine, but behind closed doors you'll be a weirdo. You have anybody around you, brother? Give me a shout, man. I'm going to give you a call. I want to talk to you. Make sure you're okay. You have like a support system set up for you. Wait, you know something, Grubster, man? Men, dude, men don't get any support for like emotional support, any of that kind of shit. Like you're just like told to tough it out and be a hard man and all that kind of bullshit. We all die young because of that. You'd be like publicly be like, I'm strong. And then you like close the front door and you're like fucking just in the middle of the shit. Yeah, Grubster, absolutely, man. I know you thought you had kids and a wife, right? At least one child. Give me a shout, man. Like, hit me up on email, brother. CaptainJimJames at gmail.com. I'll give you a shout right after the show right now. That stuff's not fun, man. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I mean, it matters whose fault it is, but, like, your mental health and your spiritual health is most important. Like, your kids, the key here is that you have to take care of yourself or else you can't take care of your daughter. Like, you have to be able to function and make it. You know what I mean? And so oftentimes we're like, hey, I got to make sure my daughter's okay or my son's okay or everybody else is okay. And in reality, you need to take care of yourself so that you can take care of your daughter. And as a man, that doesn't always happen, right? No one cares about you. They're just like, tough it up and you'll be fine. Drink away your problems. Go to turn to the brown and drink a bunch of whiskey and show up every morning. And in fact, it's not good for your mental health, your well-being, security, so that you can take care of your kids, man. So I hope you have people there that you can be honest with. I know that sometimes everybody has expectations on you when you're a man, like your wife, your kids, your father, your brother, your job, your boss, your friends even, right? I don't want to hear it oftentimes. It's only a few friends usually that you can be honest with and they're not going to judge you or make fucking problems for you when you're trying to take care of yourself. Sometimes even friends, you're like, I'm wounded right now, and they're like, man up. And you're like, fuck, man, I just need somebody to talk to. Yes, sir. Stay away from the brown right now. It's going to be hard, too. Because if you're not getting any support anywhere, you'll do it privately behind closed doors. Beautiful. Beautiful. Capitulation move down below. We closed the gap here. Capitulation move down to S3. Trade higher right here. But overall, we're still bearish, right? We're still bearish. I was talking to Binky this morning, and I was like, whatever happens here, we're likely going to continue on trend. So we're going to talk about that right now. So I was having a conversation with Binky this morning, and it was a conversation we were having in stream this past week. And we're going to review that conversation that we were having. And so this conversation, it revolves around this right here. So ultimately, right? Ultimately, we're trading to the upside. We know that. This is a 1 hour chart, right? Let me go to just a 4 hour chart. So we know that trend is up, right? We know that the VIX is telling us that the trend is up. And as long as this continues to hold true, the way is up. We know that. Now, the way is never straight up. We know they got to create, we know the VIX is telling us not to expect volatility. So they're going to make shit up to sell the market. We don't just go straight up. What we do if we have the money printer just burn in the background. But otherwise, you know, we're getting long in the tooth here, right? We're getting long in the tooth. Like, come back, do a quick pullback, and then continue on higher. Getting a bunch of bull signals. Now, even with that said, right here is balance, right? We know that balance is in here. We know that for a big trade, if we get down here, close this gap down here, that you can slap on probably. We're gonna look and make sure that we're rotating in breadth, right? Breadth is low, and we can buy a dip down here. But we know that, you know, the monthly cycle is getting a little long in the tooth. And so this conversation that I was having with Binky revolved around a couple things. I said to him this morning, I said, I think it was like 8 o'clock this morning. I said to Binky this morning, I go, if we sell off, and this is what we talked about in stream, was, you know, the news before it happens. So let's say the trend is down. We have a good CPI, right?
In 10 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from New Zealand's Finance Minister Robertson.
Let me mute this right there. So let's say we have a good CPI, and we blast off up here. The trend is still down, so we'll sell down. Does that make sense? We'll revert back to the trend. If we had a bad CPI, and we were up here, we'd sell down, right? If we had a bad CPI, we'd sell down here if price was over here. We'd probably revert back up into this trend down. Make sense? So even if we have an outsized move, we'll revert back to trend. So on different time frames, it matters. Different time frames, we're continuing higher. On this time frame right here, we know we're getting into the monthly OPEX, the monthly expected lows, right? So you saw us sell all this off and come back down. And you know about gaps and pivot points. You know, yesterday I said to you, man, it looks like the way is up next. And we went up. We closed the gap up here, and they sold it right back down, and we closed the gap down here. Bouncing back up to the point of control inside of this area of balance. And now they're going to pin us, or not, maybe not pin us. We could go up and down into tomorrow. But if PPI is bad, or they want to make it bad, and time is running out into OPEX, you know, the way is probably down at some point into OPEX. Hopefully it is. We can buy a dip down here for another trip in the month of June. Make sense? And this is one big coil here too, right? You see the big coil? Like boom, 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 boom. We're just coiling here for a move, a directional move. You don't have a lot of vol left either, do we? Like bears are like counting on. Bears are counting on. And you see the pin here? Coming in a monthly OPEX, I wonder what the pin is. It's almost like they're trying to keep us pinned in here, right? For OPEX. And remember that for this OPEX specifically, we never got that 4,300 that JPM was calling. So there's still risk to the upside into this OPEX. I'll say this, man. If we go up to this 430 into this OPEX, or the week after OPEX is 430, oof. So, I mean, just this week right here, where we are, even into tomorrow, into next week, I'm hoping. And why I say that about that is because when you're, hold on, let me turn that off. We already know that we're long in the tooth. So this, let me see if I can change this. Hold on a second here. Bring up a different one. Let me bring up a different one here. Hold on. So just on this 1 minute chart here, right? I want you to see this here. You know, we're down. So the hourly right now is down to, like, we're not topping anymore. We're not getting underneath the 0 line down here. We're at like 0.74. Actually, we're getting a little bullish here. But, you know, we're getting close down here in this daily. We're getting kind of close. But not quite. Like so right here on this 30-minute chart right here. I always like to buy a dip down here. Like, watch my curve. I want to buy that dip. I want to buy that dip. And I'd really like to see this daily just cross down here. We're getting there. We're not quite there yet, but we're almost there. So like this stuff down here, I want to see this. I want to buy this dip down here. So my hope is that into OPEX, you know, we get that little dip down there to buy. If it's down here, it's down here. And they're going to make some shit up for us to get down there. They're going to try to get us down there to get this stuff, or to get this stuff down here going. Okay, this yellow. This shouldn't be red, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if this was yellow right here, you know, Bear's going to make some shit up, man. That's what they're going to do. You're going to hear that shit. You're going to hear we're going to 360, but they really just want us to cool it off. And we're kind of like doing this nonsense and this coiling. So I'm hoping that it happens by the 19th, the 21st, somewhere in there. Otherwise, though, we're range bound in here. Just range bound. Any kind of dips you can find, you buy them. Market is supportive. Oh, look at this right here. This is bullish. Gonna go up there and attack that hourly trigger. Where's that hourly trigger at in the SPY? Or 1126. So, you know, bears are waiting for their chance, man. They want that. They want that on a larger time frame. They want that like 3 days, 5 days. Oh, yeah. Squeeze it up there, baby. Bullish cross right here to the upside. So my point here is that, what's my point here? Into tomorrow, I guess, is the point. Let's look at a 5-day chart. We know a couple of things, right? We know the sellers are right here. We know the buyers are right here currently. We know that there's a point of control right in here, right? We know that if we can trade up here, you take the long. We know if we start selling down here, you're going to buy it, right? You know you're going to sell it here. That's what you know. What's crazy is the next target above is way up here. It's now higher. Believe it or not. I know you don't want to believe that, but that's what it is. I mean 418.32. Probably not expecting me to say that. 418.32. Downside is lower as well. See this stuff down here? Range expansion. Easy for us to trade up there. Easy now. We already broke through this one. Next target's below 403, 402. A little bit of a speed bump in here, but I don't buy any of this bullshit here. So 402, target down below, 402 and change, 402.50. Upside target, 418.32. So we're going to start resolving to the up and down side. Which way do we go into OPEX is the question. You better bring on the vol, man, because I'll tell you what. If you don't bring on the volatility with the debt ceiling, we're going to 430. There ain't no other vol in this market. There ain't much. Great trading day, by the way. Woo! So what are my expectations for tomorrow? Same as yesterday, right? Weakness into PPI. I'm assuming that some people are going to front run that because we got the CPI numbers today, that the PPI numbers will be good tomorrow. I have a little so right now, of course, the expectation is PPI numbers are going to be good, and the market's going to go higher. If you're a bear out there, the only thing you really have going for you right now is that the focus will go back, or like it was previous sessions, that PPI will be interpreted that it's negative. Let me know what you think we have for vol for the rest of the week. I'm trying to find it here. It's got to be claims, maybe. Maybe the rate of unemployment goes up a little bit. That's going to be your 2s and 10s, baby. Quick. It's kind of your only thing you got left here. I'm going to give like 70 to 30 for the bulls on PPI being bullish. You need claims going up. You need like a huge claims number. I don't know what other vol you have this week. Do we see 418 by Friday? That would be a shocker, wouldn't it? So, I mean, the real vol that you're waiting on then is claims. I don't know if I can think of anything else right now. Henry Cheng, baby. Henry, what'd you do in Super Chat? I love you, Henry. Hopefully a bear closed his puts earlier. I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks for supporting the stream. Oh, Rocket Lab. I own a bunch of Rocket Lab. I own a whole mess of Rocket Lab. Woohoo, doggy. I don't know what to say to you about tomorrow. It's a hard one for me. So, like, on the one hand, right? On like one hand, I don't want to place a 3-month trade right now. I want to see that daily velocity go to the bottom. That's a fucking money printer. That keeps the lights on, keeps the air conditioning going, keeps the kids happy and the wife happy. Keeps me streaming every day. Keeps me paying the Google Fiber or whatever the fuck I got. So I can't place that trade right now. I got nothing. If we go to 418 tomorrow, I can't go full tilt into it. I can buy calls and shit like 0 dates, 1 dates, Friday 418s. But I can't buy, like, I can't go full boat here. That daily velocity is a money printer. Just prints money without fail. Every fucking time. So we're not there yet on that trade. So it's kind of like reaction trades, right? If we, like this morning we opened, we knew to sell the open on that trade. We knew we were coming down into support down here, right? We knew there was going to be a bounce down here. No-brainer trade. I mean, I know it's stressful, but it's a no-brainer. You put the risk on for that trade. Oh, dude, we're breaking through right now. I don't even want to look at what those calls are worth right now. Should I go look? I mean, I didn't stay in them for this rip face higher. You want to know? You mean to tell you what they're worth right now? $1.45. 300 or 200%. I don't know what to say to you. Like the trade here, we're on a 1 minute trigger bull trade, 3 trigger cluster bullish to the upside. And we haven't touched yet. We haven't touched this pre-market high. This is the opening price right here. We haven't even touched this yet. We never came back to reject. We never got the double top on the intraday up here. That was good news this morning. I remember all that bearish talk in the stream from earlier. There goes that orange bar we were talking about earlier right there. So I don't know. I'll tell you this. If we trade up here, I'd like to short it. If we sell off tomorrow on bad CPI or bad jobs numbers, I'd like to buy that dip. It's scary, but I'd like to buy it. Look at it over there. It's just like calling you like, hey, we're up here. Come on up here. Come on up. Magical. Come on up to the 4160. Come on up to 4160, bro. I ruined it. So, and we are in downtrend. This green line right here. This is our downtrend line. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. See it right here? And this thing's fucking building. This thing's building for a giant move higher. I mean, you can see it right there, right? Wham! Wham, 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 wham! And then it goes right to the fucking moon. It's just, dude, like, the sell side right here is raging. But this is where they're selling, right? You can see where they're selling. They sold it here. Sold it here. They sold it down there. We ripped faces off. You caught a bunch of shorts offside today. Came right back down and sold it down. Unfuck themselves, and then we go right back up here. And they're going to try to get right back in on it right there, right? Seller's going to try to step back in. Right? It's worked so far, right? Worked right here. Worked right here. Didn't work right here, but they're gonna try to do it right here. They're gonna try. I assure you, they're gonna try to sell this. They don't care. So if it was me, like as a bull, you don't have a major trade yet. You don't have like a trade like I'm putting on a 3-month call here. If we trade above 420, you do. If we trade above 420 and we hold it, we're going to make a leg up to the next range. If we keep going up to that 418, 420, if it rejects, we sell the shit out of it. If we can get in the like again, we're back to the daily back to the daily velocity. Intraday day trading, look at this. Trading 411.65 right now. Three trigger cluster. VIX getting murdered. Matthew Sims, I love you, brother. Thank you, Matthew Sims. FX Retracer, love you too, brother. Oh, yeah, baby. So what am I going to do into this close? I'm probably going to be flat. I'll be flat to this close. I don't need to like hold something like at a cash market. If I was trading futures, it'd be different. But like, if you're just a cash market trader and you don't trade futures, it's kind of hard to unless you're hedging yourself in Globex or futures, then you really don't have a trade here. Like into this bell. Oh, dude. Into the close. We are squeezing, dude. We are returning to the scene of the crime. 4160 to the upside. Right up there. $410C's trading $2. One hour ago at one, so 1 hour ago we were talking about a market crash. Oh boy, such the way in a day when we're all focused on 1 minute and 5 minute charts. We're like, can you imagine us? Like we're all day traders. Like we're all day traders in here, right? And we're We're deciding the fate of the world on a 1 minute chart. We're like having conference meetings. We're like, SPY went down 20 points. I think it's going to 360. I'm like, I agree with you. Let's go confer with those guys over there. We walk down the hallway, open the door, market's reversed, and everybody in the room's like, bro, we're going to 430, not 360. So we get in the room, we see the markets bounced, and we're like, oh shit, we are going to 430, not 360. I don't blame you guys. We all do it, right? We're fucking trading a 1 minute chart. We think we're trading a day chart. We're like, SPY's down 40%. Probably go another 10%. I don't know if it's enough, man. This trigger right here, this green, white, and red, that's pretty powerful. Usually, well, two things. If we smash above it, it usually comes back and then confirms the trade. You know where R1 is. R1's right here. Broke above that. R2's right here. 412.63. We got the big red bar up there. 41.60. Coming into that right now. Now we've got more showing its ugly mug above. Hidden supply. Stink. Sellers up there. 4160. Been talking about it all day. When are we going back to 4160? There's no problem taking money and running either. It's a good feeling. It feels good when you take the money and run. So anyways, I'm flat right now. I'm not long on anything. I made money today. I'm happy. I was down a bunch earlier, and now I'm good. So I'm up in the day. I'm happy. I'm a happy trader. Here's R2. Here's R3. My expectation tomorrow is that we're likely going to see a PPI be good, and hopefully jobs can be a reason to sell the market. Bears need that. I need that as a bull. Then not a lot of vol left in the week, man. I don't know what we got to scare some shit up. We need some volatility, man. We need I don't know, we need something. We need to make some shit up. You know what really sucks is if Yellen hadn't said anything, if she had just shut her mouth and didn't say anything, and then right at the right moment just came public and was like today would have been a perfect day. If Yellen just set an alert down here and then just came out publicly and was like, if the government defaults, it's going to be really bad. And the market would have plunged. She had the perfect opportunity. But instead, she's saying it every day, so it means nothing. Sometimes less is more. She's been taking the thunder out of the market, the volatility out of the market. She's a bear's friend, but she's not. Selling with yelling. She says it so much that she's not getting the reaction that she wants. TPR now 63870. 37C. 512 earnings before market. Yeah, it's the girl that cried wolf. Like, I mean, I know that she's required to say it as a Treasury Secretary, but she's making the rounds. She's like, I'm on CNN, CNBC. I'm doing Girl Scout cookie sales. I'm at the Boy Scout auction. I'm down at the car lot telling people. Yelling's like, I'm in my neighborhood bar telling everybody. She's like, I'm at the White House telling people, have meetings with Jamie Dimon telling him. I'm getting on Twitter. I'm telling everybody there. It's like town crier, like too much of it. If she had mentioned it once and then like saved it. That's what J-Pow's like. You don't hear J-Pow say shit. J-Pow comes out and says one thing and the market's like to the moon or to the depths of hell. She knows too. I'm assuming that I'm scared here that she's trying to kill the volatility. Their intent is not bearish or hawkish. By saying it so many times, it lessens her saying it, I guess. Sorry, I'm chowing right now. I'm hungry. I'm eating some peanuts right now. Same as yesterday. 251. Same setup as yesterday. Ready? Market's going to try to squeeze higher into the close. We know that eventually sellers are going to want to step back in for tomorrow, right? We know the drill, right? We don't know when they're going to step in. So just back here, you got the scene of the crime back here. You know that there are sellers up here. Two kinds of sellers. You get sellers up here, the big boys, right? These are the swellers up in here. And you know that there are going to be sellers right here and right here. You know, regardless if we trade here now or afterwards, they're going to try to come in and short this market down into tomorrow's news. So if we go to the depths of the hell tomorrow, or depths of hell tomorrow on a Thursday, I'll buy the dip. If we squeeze up to the top, I'm gonna short it. I didn't know peanuts were so bad for you. I just found that out. That's the last can I ever get. I was told that it's right here. I was told that like peanuts have like more calories than like I did that wrong again. Than like butter and shit like that. Did you guys know that? Like peanuts are like packed with calories. I didn't know that. There we go, baby. Pick your poison. Just know that these sellers are here. Close the gap. Scene of the crime. Definite resistance here. Options market. Let me check the put side. Yeah, there's a little bit more fuel to go up. There's a couple puts out there for 60 cents and 128 right now. It's possible we could squeeze a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more fuel to go up. Something like that. There's a little more upside fuel. Yeah, I was reading someone was talking about how many calories in peanuts. Peanuts are like tons of calories. How are peanuts bad? Like, not that they're not bad, they're just like calorie dense. Like, I want to munch on a nut that doesn't have a ton of calories. I want something to munch on during the day. Healthy for you, kind of. I don't want to be fucking eating. I shouldn't be swearing. I don't want to be like eating Doritos and licking off my fingers and stuff like that on stream with you guys. I want something that's like semi-healthy for you. Nice job on Google. Yeah, I like almonds too. I eat those. I just finished a bag of almonds. Yeah, rice cakes kind of suck, don't they? I don't want to. Maybe I should get popcorn. You know what I ordered? I ordered a popcorn maker. I did. I got a popcorn maker. Yeah, Grubster, you're gonna go skinny, man. You're not gonna be Grubster, you're gonna get real skinny. You're gonna check out for a few months, brother. You know what I want to say to you, but I'm not gonna say it. I mean, you know what I want to say to you, what you need to do to get over this, but that's not true for some people. You want to put a nail in the coffin, there's something you can do. There is a quick way to get over somebody. That doesn't work for everybody, but for some people it does. Pork rinds are healthier. Holy shoot, you weigh 130 pounds? Dude, you're going to turn sideways and nobody's going to see you, man. There's a couple things like if you don't work out at the gym, it might be a good time to start. Don't work out alone. Like, go to a gym. You can lose your mind there, right? The thing about a gym is, so like we have a health club membership. We don't go there anymore. Well, we do in the wintertime, but it takes all, like, going to the gym for us is like, I gotta run up the kids, grab the wife, make sure the dogs are okay. We get to the gym and trying to work out. Kids want to go swimming. They want to go climb the rock wall. They want to play tennis. They want to do this. They want to do that. But it's like a 3-hour minimum. Takes like 3 hours. So at home, I'm just like pounding some weights. I hit the bike. It's done. One and done. Half hour, 45 minutes. I'm done. But something nice about the gym is if you want to get out of the house, burn some calories, kill some time, the gym is awesome. Nice way to meditate, get out of the house, that kind of stuff. So maybe start hitting the gym, man. You are a golfer, you walk the course? Awesome. I wish you were around me. We'd go play some golf, brother. It's like getting out of the house. I think the gym has more to do with if you don't have kids, if you're single or you're a couple, or you get inside of your head, you don't want to be home alone, that kind of shit. You get out of the house, like yoga classes, gym, doesn't matter. Like that shit takes time. It's like 1, 2, 3 hours. And then the last thing I would tell you to do is I'm not gonna recommend this. But you know what I think you should do, right? You can end your feelings for somebody really fast. Not really fast, but you know. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, raw popcorn is a great snack. It's low calories. You can munch on it. And keeps you like it's not an unhealthy snack. So maybe we'll do popcorn. And a lot of newly single men go to the gym, man. Whether you know that or not, a lot of single guys go to the gym. Another thing that helps too is maybe I'll give you some. How about this? I'll give you a bunch of cool stuff. So if you go to meetup.com, you can find volunteer opportunities where you can volunteer. Like I'm going to go pick up trash on the side of the road. I'm going to clean up something. A lot of single people do that stuff. And that doesn't mean you have to get laid or nothing, but you know, people like that shit. You don't want to be meeting a woman inside the bar and shit. You want to meet a woman at like like I'm cleaning up a neighborhood or I'm helping animal rescue. That's the kind of people you want to meet, even if they're your friends. You want to meet people that care, right, and do like give of themselves, like-minded people. So like meetup.com is a great place. Another cool thing about meetup.com, whenever I've gone to new cities, I've had to move a lot in my life for work. You go to meetup. I go to meetup.com. Find a Dungeons and Dragons group. You can show up somewhere every Tuesday or Thursday and play Dungeons and Dragons. They have hiking groups, biking groups. They've got groups that do all kinds of craziness, skiing, you name it. But what it does is it gets you away from your family and friends that are all up your ass about a bunch of shit. And at least out of your head, right? You're not constantly under the thumb of someone talking about it. That's the idea behind the gym, too. You're like, I'm away from my friends and my family, and everybody's focused on this shit, and I got my own space. They put so much parm cheese and slap your mama and kill healthy popcorn. Yeah, futures trader, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing as you, futures trader. About to squeeze right now to the upside. I'm betting right now there's like a sell side hedge fund like we're gonna trap all these buyers right now. Ram through the red wall, please. Yeah, I agree with you, Omar. to watch old guys change in the changing room. I'll say it because I'm not on camera. I can't say it, right? That's like the emergency, but because in my mind I'm like this. In my mind I'm like, I know if I don't get over it, I'll wallow in it. Like, you don't want to be wallowing in it. You don't want to be like trying to repair something that's not there anymore. Maybe it is still there, but if something's not there, you don't want to be like you don't want to be the psycho ex-husband or the psycho ex-boyfriend. And you kind of want to get on with your life. You know, try to take care of your kids, work it out with your wife, be like, hey, how do we fix this? Like, or how do we like end this amicably so that kids are well and taken care of, all that kind of stuff. Now, I don't blame you if you try to fix it either. I've seen that too. Like, I've seen people cheat and stay married. So if you're like, hey, I want to try to work it out with her, I get that. Nothing's cut and dry. So I can't say to you, like, I wouldn't look bad down on you or think you're emasculated if you tried to work it out with her. I've seen that happen, so. Matter of fact, my wife's parents, or my parents, my wife's parents did get a divorce, but my parents had a separation. And they got back together. So I guess it depends on the person too, right? Oh, this is the second time? It's cut and dry, yeah, at this point? That sucks that it's the second time. Yeah, you only get one shot. If you're able to work or like go to counsel and all that shit and work it out and it didn't work, and this is the second time, fuck that. There's a ton of fish out there, bro. And they'll accept you with kids. They'll love on you if you're a good person. They'll make you happy, have a good life, all that kind of stuff. Life's short, bro. Yeah, you got plenty of time, Grubster. That's a good age, man. It's a great age. Yeah, and you got a daughter, man. Like, you're going to have a blast with her. Your daughter's always going to love on you. You're a hero, man. And when you get old, the one benefit of you having a daughter, one of the cool parts about having a child, whether you adopt a child or one of the benefits of having a child is if you raise them well and love on them, basically love them, they'll be there for you when you're older. One way or another, they will. If you love on your kids, like, there's a lot of people out there that are like, you got to do this and you got to do that and blah, blah. Like, if you love your kids, man, they'll always be there. They'll never forget you. They might move away and stuff, but they'll always love you. If something ever goes wrong, they'll be there for you. You got to say it's rare that if you are a good parent to your children, love your children. I say good parent, love your children. Your kids will always be there. Like, love is powerful. Squeezing higher right now, going up an R2. Squeeze it. Like, nothing for nothing. If you break up with your wife or something like that, if you just love your kids, I love you. It means something. Now that doesn't mean your ex-wife isn't going to try to fuck that over either. Wives can be nasty, man. And they have all that power. I'm going to warn you of this, Grubster. This is the other side of this. You are a man, dude. You will never win. You'll never win in court. You'll never win in the public eye. You'll never win amongst your friends. And if she ever wants to really fuck you over, she's gonna. So do all you can to just have your daughter in your life and love on her. Like, you know, if you try not to win fights, that's one fight you lose. It's a shitty thing to say, but that's the reality of our country. That's nice that she's splitting with or working with you in the breakup. Try to maintain that. Like, do whatever you can to keep it positive. Because you piss her off and stuff, it just becomes. I've seen nothing but disasters. Yeah, and get it in writing, too. Winky's making a good point. Everything in writing. I got to tell you that, too. I want to warn you of something, Grubster. Get an attorney. Do not, have you been to an attorney yet? I'm surprised I have to say that. Have you been to an attorney? You better get one. Yeah, you need an attorney, man. I'm going to warn you of something else. If you ever get brought to court, do not go alone. You are a pariah in the court's eyes. Always have an attorney. The judge will go out there and they'll be like, what do you think, you're an attorney? Yeah, they're working on it with you for $2,000. That's nice and cheap. Yeah, find a better woman to represent you. Just in the future, after the divorce is over, if you ever get a letter in the mail, attorney, every time. Don't show up to any court without an attorney. Ever. There goes that resistance, baby. Grinding higher. Returning to the scene of the crime. Yeah, you have to have an attorney, man. It's required. And then, try to you're going to have to navigate and be nice to your wife, try to be how do I see my daughter? How do I all that anger shit and pissed off, all that shit does is if you piss a woman off, man, they'll do whatever they can to keep you away from the kid. That doesn't mean you get taken advantage of. That's why you have the attorney. You're hey, I'm seeing my child regularly. I'm taking care of my child, and I want to see my child. And even if you can't take care of your child the best that you can take care of her, whatever you financially, there's going to be times where you can't. That's what sucks about being a single parent, right? It's not, two parents are easy to take care of. They're not easy, but easier. Being a single parent is hard, real hard. Oh, trading 412.39, 410 C's, up almost 500%. $500% and 410 C's right now. We're squeezing higher. Scene of the crime. Close the gap. Sell side rage right now. 3 trigger cluster. Power hour. Remember, we just need the new high at 315. It can roll back. Remember, we only have 2 minutes left for the new high, so we should roll back up here. It's 313, 2 minutes. Should have continuation to 330. I sold it like $1.09 or something. They're now $2.38. Fuck me. Good enough for me, though. I'll take the money and run. I'm good. I'm happy. Not going to complain here. Squeezing into supply right now. That 4160, those sellers are coming down right now. We have that target of 4160. They're down here. They're trying to come down lower. So sell side stepping in right now. We'll see if we catch the bounce or not. Watching on the 5-minute chart right here, a bullish cross on the hourly trigger. We'll see if price can confirm the move higher. This is called a kiss trade. So what you do is you come up here, you come back down and confirm if the move is higher. So far, we're not giving up the 6 EMA in the 5-minute. We're just on it, man. We're just like moving. No stops left behind. What a wild day of trading, right? I mean, just look at that. Bam, bam, bam. $412.43 attacking $412.63 on R2 currently. Trading 412.41. $412C's back in the money again. 413C's back to 413s were 18 cents earlier, 12 cents earlier, something like that. They're back into their original price right now. 413s back to their original price. 418s making a little bit of money right now. Or excuse me, not 18. 412s making a little bit of money right now, up 20%. 410's just cranking. HYG is hanging above R3 right now. We're going to crush Tom Lee. Yeah, I mean, we know PPI is basically good news unless they put the focus on it and try to spin the news on it. That's actually negative, that the producers are creating inflation. The only bad news we got for the rest of the week really is employment numbers or unemployment numbers to that point. Trading 412.52. Remember, opening price was right here. Close the gap, opening price. Trading R2 right now at perfect tag 412.66, 412.63, 62, 64. Woo! Big supply above right now, blasting above into R3. Return to the scene of the crime. Oh, baby, squeeze every last short out of the market. Right here, right where my cursor is up here. Right here. We had shorts enter on cash market right here. Shorts right here. Just teeing off. Shorts right here. Hit squad. More shorts up here. Hit squad from above. Blast them back to the point of control. Not point of control, to the open. 410 C's. Trading $3 right now. They were down at 30 cents. 40 cents. $1,000%. Wiki, how does that feel? That's right, Margaret Merchant. Coast to coast. What is this? Coast to coast 3 times today. 4 times. Coast to coast 4 times today. Watch out right here. Market's going black right now on the book map. Take the money and run. Foresight Finance checking in. Crash coming tomorrow. We really need a 1% down day. I agree with that. Yeah, the zombie bulls are out there, Binky. Close short, buy the market, send it right back up. Close the shorts, buy the market, send it right back up here, get short again. Woo! Cap, where are you buying calls down here? That's why. Oh, man, look at that. Go out there and find. So I told you guys we were going to bounce there. I thought I put the money where my mouth was, but find out who was saying we're going to crash down there on FinTwit. Unfollow those people. My God, look at that move. Ready, Wiki? Yeah! Woof. 4160. Tagged it, bagged it. That shit's been sitting up there all day long. That 4160 has been sitting there since, like, when we started selling off over here. 4160 was just sitting here like, come on up here, come on up here. Sell side was like, slam. I thought it was gonna happen here. But it took all fucking day, man. It's terrible. Took all day. My eyes were bleeding. Like this shit took 2 hours. I was like, oh man, we're gonna do this. Took longer than that, actually, right? I mean, it took 11:30 until 1:30. It took 2 hours. My eyes were bleeding. I was like, please just close that fucking gap down there. Trading 413.38. Woo! Yeah, dude, that's hot, dude. That took forever. I was like, man, this is sucking, like having to sit here, and I know, like, we know it's going there. We're like, come on, just go down there. You watch it on the VIX, you're like, here comes the VIX going up to the hourly trigger. Trading 413.46. Close the gap. Touch it. Here, we'll put it there so it touches it. Close the gap. Please. Don't reverse. Just close the gap. Just touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch the gap. So this right here is like this right here. Just touch it. Get it over with. Oh, you didn't touch it. Oh. 410C is now trading $3.50. Well, shoot, too. Let me look at something really quick here. I want to look at something. 408.67. Does anybody know what the exact open price was on the? Let me go look at this real quick. Sorry, I need to go check SPY's opening price. Holy shit! So we didn't get the new low. What is it? The 5th? I gotta check that really quick. I gotta check the numbers. Hold on a second here. Not paying attention. Does anybody know on the 5th? Historical market data, the 5th. Done. Oh, what just happened here? Got some wonkiness going on here. No. The 5th. What was the opening price on the 5th? Why is it doing this? Oh, it's pissing me off. May 5th opening price was 408.91. Oh, so we did get the new low. Look at that. We tagged it by the official opening price on May 5th was 408.91. So your next target below, you want some numbers? 406.93. 407, 406.72, somewhere down in there. And then below that, it's 404, and then 399 is kind of a big one. 396. Some previous low stuff I'm looking at. I should have looked at the closing price, not the open. 408.02. We got below that one. 84. We didn't catch that one. So we didn't go below the closing price on May 2nd. That was May 3rd, 408.02. May 3rd closing price. We didn't get below that. Great trading day today. 413s are up 500-600%. 412s are up a bunch too. 411s are up a bunch. I mean, it's kind of stupid right now. We are maxing out on puts right now. There's no more put fuel left. I want to warn you here as we come up here that as we come up here, there's no more zero date fuel to get us up here. So we're getting really, really salty here. No more put fuel as we head up into this scene of the crime and the close the gap. Touch it, baby. Man, all those calls printing today. If you bought calls today, they're all printing right now. If you closed calls today, they're printing right now. It doesn't matter when you bought them. They're all printing. Well, unless you bought the open. If you bought calls on the open, you're not printing. But if you bought calls at all today in any of this, if you bought this dip, you're printing. This dip, you're printing. This dip, you're printing. This dip down here, printing huge. Trading 413.76 right now. Huge day in the market. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Tell your friends that I'm here every day live. Hanging out with me all day long. You're going to be hanging out with a bunch of other people coming up here soon. We got some people for you to hang out with. They're going to mix this up a little bit. Have your own favorite streamer, your own favorite video maker, stock pickers. We got a stock show coming out on Saturday or Sundays. I've been trying to work on getting some more people on the front facing of this, and it looks like we're getting there. We're getting closer. Been working on this project for 2.5, 3 years now. Trying to get that make that next step for you guys as retailers. Oh, baby. You're just teasing you up there. They're like, well, just put some stink bids up there, and they'll totally think we're going up there. Tell your friends, find me on FinTwit. I like to shitpost on FinTwit. We're going to try to make it more serious, though. We're coming into a place where we're going to be posting daily briefs on my FinTwit account at some point. So at some point, you'll see me go away from shitposting, and you're going to see daily briefs posted on FinTwit. I don't know if I told you guys already, but at some point, you're going to see, like, you'll be able to just put me on a tweet deck or something, and all you'll see is daily briefs in the morning and at nighttime, that kind of stuff. I want to see something here. I'm going to check something in the background here and see if anybody's figured something out yet. See if I can see if anybody's figured this out yet. Hold on here. Nope, nobody's figured it out yet. Nobody's figured it out, Winky. Remember what you texted me yesterday, Winky? Nobody's figured it out yet. I'm looking on Twitter right now. Nobody's figured it out. I love it. The secret is still good, bro. I love it. The secret is safe. Yeah, I got a wig on. Right there, wig. We get a good secret for you. I thought I gave it away yesterday, the day before, but I didn't. So it's good. The ARG is still good. Cheers, Croissant. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you, Holy Croissant. Yeah, it's kind of this hard trading, isn't it, Croissant? It's not easy, man. We're going to deal with a lot of this shit this summer. Wait until the summer comes. Summer's going to be wild. Stuff like this. Like range bound, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip. Take it easy, brother. A little bit of weakness right now in the SPY. Are any of you guys going to buy some puts for tomorrow here? That's what I was thinking yesterday. I was like, man, if I fucking buy puts and they squeeze this shit on the open tomorrow, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be flat into this close. I'd rather just do the reaction trade. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, until we get down to that bottom on the daily velocity, I've got no confidence in which way we're going. I got confidence. Like futures, I've got confidence. Like not having futures available is kind of a no-go for a day trader or for a cash market day trader unless you're trading futures. Like we could easily like trade this up in the after hours here, and then boom, you get to sell this bullshit up here. As a cash market trader, it's kind of tough. I'd rather sell the shit out of this on a high. Like where that yellow box is up there, like I want to sell that right there. I guess if we go high enough into this bell, I will. Disney, baby, trading a 101.50. Yeah, I forgot we had Diz today. You've got the tool on you, right, Winky? Are you looking at Disney on the tool right now? Look at fucking SPY, man. Perfect tag of the hourly. Woof. Look at that gorgeousness right there. Perfect tag of the hourly, brother. I think we trade sideways. That's what I think. Let me take a look here and see. New highs, maybe. Gap it up overnight. Wow. Dude, if we gap this up overnight, Winky. Maybe I will buy some zero dates. If we can get anything down back, it's any kind of check down here. Any kind of weakness into this bell. Something like that. What's the VIX at right now? Damn, look at the VIX, dude. VIX trading 1672. I don't know, man. It's getting a little long in the tooth here. We're gonna get VIX down to $16.18 and just murder the VIX. I think we're done here. Just for at least for the moment, we're done here. I think we roll. God, just looking at this, dude. So bullish. Like VIX is so bearish. VIX just keeps getting hammered. Dude, I think we sell Friday at this point. We got to. Look at that day, dude. That day is stupid. Creepy crawly up the wall. VIX down to 1672 right now. When crash, man? When crash? When does the VIX trade to 25 again? Fucking bears are like, just give me 20. I'll take 20. Bears are like, let me just renegotiate. I don't want 25 and 30 anymore. Just give me 20. Yeah, dude, I'm seeing it right here. I'm looking at it in the background. I'm like, maybe I'd like to buy him here, though. I'm down with the gap up tomorrow. I think it's a matter of timing. Let's keep our eyes on into the bell. We'll see. It's 3:45. We've got we've got until 4:15. We got a half an hour. We got some time here to buy some calls tomorrow. We got a whole half an hour to buy some. We have some time on our hands. Losing liquidity right now. Watch out here. Be careful. You can see liquidity drying up here in Bookmap. Man. Dude, I want to buy this close so fucking bad. Friday 418s were like, or 415s for Friday were dirt cheap at that bottom down here. They were 47 cents or something like that. 415s for Friday were like, I think they were 40 cents earlier. They're now $1.01. I mean, they're only up 100%, 110, 120%, but fuck me, man. That shit's like right in the money. But that is what sucks about this market, right? I mean, in a one day right now, you're watching options just getting destroyed. I mean, they're making money. It's like you take the money and you run, right? You're like a hit squad. If you got puts, you take the money and get out. If you're in calls, you take the money and get out. I think Winky or Binky was trying to tell me in the background. They were like, we're probably all trading to each other. It's such low volume that it's like we're not trading with banks and shit. We are. I can see them in there, but these option chains are just. It's like one side packed. Yeah, we got a half an hour here. This is what I'm looking for here, so I'll draw a box there. This is what I want to buy. I don't know if I'll get that buy, but so that's what I'm looking to buy right in there. I don't know if they'll grant me that wish down there, but we closed the gap. You can see that already. Like, my hope would be that we roll down here and then bam. They might just leave me behind here. So we'll see. We are on R3 and R2 on the day. Just a quick flush is all I want. It'll be disgusting if we close up here. 410s are going to be like $5 or something. Just take note of this. I want you to see that it's starting to flatten out a little bit here. See this flattening out right here? Look lower and see if we got any more buyers willing to step in. I'm not willing to step in here, so I think this is where buyers are. Was right here. So, oh, there it goes. You heard it here first. There she goes. There she goes. We'll find out if there's any more buyers down here. See if anyone's willing to taste the honey and milk tiger blood. Looks like they're right there. The buyers look like they're right there. There's no buyers below. There ain't no buyers there. They're right there. You see them, right? If they rug pull that, there's nothing underneath. Sell side's in the house right now. Thanks for joining me today. I appreciate you all showing up. Did you guys think I wasn't showing up today? You probably thought I was out drinking when I was golfing yesterday, but that wasn't the case. Haven't been drinking a lot. I stopped drinking. Like, I drink beer and stuff, and I haven't had a beer in a few days. But I haven't been drinking at all. Like, no bourbon, none of that stuff. Haven't been drinking bourbon for a while now. Trying to, like, that's just like sober it up for a month or two. Get ready for summer, workout, that kind of stuff. Summertime's coming, baby. You got to shed a bunch of weight and work on my beer gut for summertime. Feeling good, though. Feeling real good. Like when you take a break from, like, I don't drink a ton like I used to when I was younger, but it's nice not to drink. I mean, I want to drink. I want to have a bourbon right now. But you feel so much better when you don't. Thanks, Damien. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it, brother. We got a bunch more coming your way, too. We were, Wiki and I and Binky and some other people are talking about more like segment-based live streams, so we'll start introducing, especially coming into summer, we're going to introduce more like, hey, we're going to look at this today or at this time. We're going to have this person on to review something. We'll do some educational stuff. We got a big white paper to go through. We got a ton of stuff. So we're working on a white paper. It'll probably be like 200-300 pages at some point, but right now it's like 20 pages, 30 pages. So we have to go through all that stuff together. Winky's doing a ton of work. I got another developer I have an actual artificial intelligence and machine learning engineer working on tools as well. Winky's a rocket scientist. Guy lives in a bunker. I kid you not. So if we can translate this stuff onto the internet for you to have these tools, it's going to be awesome, dude. I'm excited. You know, we're not like furroos, and we're not like trying to drive Lambos, and we're not trying to do any of that stuff. This is like we're like regular people like you. We're like, big difference here. So more than kind of excited. I'm very like proud in a way or something. Makes me feel good deep down inside. Like, we're going to make a difference. Trading 412.76. Place to do a rug pull. Hourly triggers down here where my cursor is. Maybe I should change this to yellow so you can see it. Now, this hourly trigger, let me check it really quick. $412.11, so right here. That's the 5-minute trigger. 411.54. This one's now higher. It's at 411 or 411.54, so it's right here. Point of control for some people. There's the hourly trigger. So you got this big bear cross right here, right? You can see this bear cross right here. Price is underneath it. It's confirming the leg lower. And now you just want to see if my guess, I'm going to give you a guess for tomorrow. That this is like a sideways range tomorrow. That's what I'm going to think it is. It's going to take some time to that's the wrong thing to do. We just do white. So just right in here, right? This 1 minute, 5 minute, and this hourly, and this daily. Oh, that's not the daily. Excuse me, just the hourly, and the 5 minute, and the 1 minute's up here. You know, it's like consolidation. Can this go down? Yeah, it can. If it goes down tomorrow in the open, there's just another dip to buy. I don't blame sellers stepping in here. I'm going to read a few things off to you. I see Sperling is saying, I'm seeing productive process and debt limit talks. U.S. Fed Treasury official, FDIC outlay frees up $41 billion additional borrowing capacity under the debt ceiling. Fiscal year 2023 year-to-date outlays include $41 billion in FDIC costs associated with bank rescues. $95 billion versus comparable fiscal 2022 billion of $360 billion deficit. Biden is also saying a short-term debt limit increase is not the only option. I think he's talking about the 14th Amendment. Biden saying a call with China Z is in the works. If the Fed was poised to take a summer vacation, wink, wink, listen to this. If the Fed was poised to take a summer vacation, the April CPI report won't spoil those plans. That was Nick Timiraos. Whoa. Nick Timiraos. If the Fed was poised to take a summer vacation, the April CPI report won't spoil those plans. That's the report from this morning for last month. Wall Street Journal with an article out. Why the April inflation report reinforces the Fed's plan to pause. Woo! I'm going to post the article on FinTwit. Hold on, I'm going to bring up Nick Timmeros here. Hold on there before I get off. I wonder if I should buy this dip right now. I think I might have to buy this dip for tomorrow. Or at least Friday. We'll check, dude, 87 cents. That's expensive. Shit, I should have bought those calls. Damn it. I didn't buy those calls. They're now 95 cents for 415C. Oh, shit.
Cash equity markets now closed in the US. Just keep in mind, we do expect Disney to report their earnings about 5 minutes after now, so just under 3 minutes time.
There's SPY. Here's Disney. Ah, shit. Disney already squeezing higher right now. No, I want that to be SPY. Disney trading 102. Here's Disney. Targets of interest on Disney. Oh, yeah, dude. They just broke above their hourly trigger. Woo! Disney's hourly trigger is at 101.81. $177. Damn, dude. Disney is so bullish right now. $100 down below there. Disney's super bullish on their 100. We don't want to go below 100. Skull and Crossbones below $100. Target to the upside on Disney. You ready for it? $121. Woof. Yeah, there's that 105 right there. 117. I don't even have the 121 on there. I bet you some bulls are out there just begging for this one right here. I mean, just look at that. Jesus. Look at Disney 121. Disney.
So just keep in mind, surely expecting Disney to report second quarter 2023 earnings now.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. This is really bad. Like Disney under $100 is not good.
Yes, they missed 93 cents on estimates of 94 cents. So revenue, however, coming in as expected, 21.82 billion on estimates of 21.82 billion. Disney Plus subscribers a miss 157.8 million.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
163.1 million. So also seeing the ESPN Plus subscribers coming in at a miss 25.3 million, estimates 25.5 billion. Hulu and Live TV subscribers a miss of 4.4 million on estimates of 4.5 million. Media and entertainment distribution revenue at $14.04 billion.
Let me get these numbers again for you.
And product revenue at 7.78 billion. That, however, is a beat on estimates of $7.67 billion. So Disney's second quarter streaming loss narrows to 659 million. The estimated loss was 850 million. And Disney Plus subscribers did see a big miss here, 157.8 million. Estimates 163.1 million.
That's a big growth driver for them. That's not a good thing. Now, there is something to say here. Like when you look at Apple, right, they had some misses. But, you know, like their misses in Apple were, hey, you know, we're missing on desktops and laptops, but we're banking on phone, like PDAs, phones, that kind of stuff. Disney now, you know, their main source of their main driver, they're looking for, Disney's looking for, you know, to make more money, right? New revenue streams. I'm not surprised by Disney's misses on their streaming, nor Hulu. And another thing you have to think about here is the union. We were talking about the union wars, and not wars, but unions striking and how that impacts streamers. Streamers being Disney. Streamers and traditional houses. So this isn't good for Disney down the road. If they go on strike, they have a bunch of content in their stable, but at the same time, if you remember previous strikes, content quality goes into the dumpster. Now, I know that people don't like current Disney content. There's a lot of political anger there and stuff like that. I wouldn't know if I'd associate it with that. There is streaming wars going on right now across the board. I don't think the writing is good across the board. I don't think it's political either. I just think it's bad writing. I actually posted something on it. George R.R. Martin was explaining how like the whole process of writing for a show is in the dumpster right now. There's no grooming of young writers and training of young writers. They put them in these mini rooms. If you didn't see that post, I'll try to repost it on Twitter right now for you. It's a good read. But we also have streaming wars going on, consolidation wars going on. But it's not a good look for Disney in general. I'll try to post that one. If you guys didn't catch that post, yeah, right here. I'm going to repost it right now. And you rarely see an insider's take on, on the outside, you guys are fed a bunch of political bullshit. But on the inside, you want to find out the real reasons why writing kind of sucks right now. And then we've got a strike going on. So Disney itself, you don't want to see those new revenue streams missing. Although I think they'll be just fine. It's Disney, man. You never mess with the mouse. So if you get a chance to buy them, you buy it. So EPS 93 cents reported, 93 cents expected. Revenue 21.8 billion. They beat. I mean, they basically beat. You definitely want to listen to their guidance that they have. This might just be an opportunity to buy. This happened with Apple. This is similar to what Apple's report is. You want to hear them in their guidance talk about this. You want to hear them talk about how yeah, we're missing here, but we're gaining here. And that's one thing that some of these companies have been doing the work on. Disney, do you guys remember Disney, like when they brought Iger back on? There were some real dark days for Disney a year or two ago, and they talked about how they were trying to work on fixing things, new revenue streams, and then, of course, fixing things in the background. And they brought Iger on, so they might get a pass on this when they go into their guidance here. I'm not fully like bear on a Disney here. The one thing I don't like is a close below this $100 is important. You don't want to see Disney close underneath $100. I'm going to show you this on Disney right now. If we do close under 100, I'm going to expect at least a retest of that previous low at $91.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty woke myself, and I don't like the writing. What's bothering me about it is it's too on the nose. I shouldn't talk about this stuff in stream, but like, I'll be honest, like, I'm very liberal, and I don't want to know that I'm being told something. And I don't like when, like, I like when a part is written for a hero and it doesn't matter what their gender is. It's like they're writing parts for a gender or for what your background is. That stuff bothers me. It's a disservice to, man. They write these roles for white guys, and they should write like these roles for other people. It's almost like a fucking form of racism in some way. But that's not all of it either. There's just bad writing, you know. You know what I just watched? I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once. It had a very diverse cast. The writing was awesome in it to me, and so I really liked that movie. It was a great story that was told, and they had great roles for these actors. It was a very diverse cast. So there's like the quality of writing has gone into the shitter to begin with. It's hard to get good writing right now. And then, of course, it's just easy to point out to be like, yeah, it's because of woke politics. It really isn't. It's really just bad fucking writing. In my view, it is. You know, times change. Times do change. But, you know, the writing is just atrocious. You know, I don't want to escape too, right? At the same time, I want to escape. I can learn a lesson in a movie and a TV show as long as it's written right. Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, it's hard. You know, it's hard. It's like all these, you know, it's really hard. It's like why? Like, you know, like, and I think it comes down to poor writing over anything. That George R. R. Martin piece is pretty good. It talks about how writers aren't involved in the entire screenplay process up to filming, and that young writers aren't taken into that process. They're basically put in like in a small room, and you're like, I wrote this, and then you see it being filmed, and you're like, fuck, if I had known that it was going to be perceived like this or look like this. So you got like hand tying behind the back by producers and studios. It's all fucked up. And then of course, the politicians or political people are like, I see that, and I'm going to associate this with that. You know, see, then you like makes everybody pissed off. Nobody's happy. And the truth is bad fucking writing. It's bad writing. That's what it is. Because y'all like Aliens, right? Or Alien. Y'all love Alien. It's like your top 5 movie in the world. That's good writing. Yeah, you guys all have a great day. I shouldn't be talking politics on the stream. I'm a really liberal person. I don't like this stuff. It's just like it's fucked up. It's like you're just asking for it. You know? Democrats put their fucking foot in their mouths so goddamn... Oh, sorry, I should be swearing. Whenever I look at my fellow Democrats, I'm like, you couldn't unfuck yourself if you wanted to. So terrible to say that. You guys all have a great day. You know, and I want Dems and Republicans to come together some puppies. You know, it's like get fucking crazy people fucking running shit. It's so insane. Like the politics are just so insane.
Robertson comments come through here. New Zealand's fiscal position remains strong and resilient, and government spending is now tracking back towards.
Like, do most of you guys live like most of my life? I'm surrounded by Democrats, Republicans. We never fight. There's never anything crazy going on. And then you got like 380 million people, and you got one fucking asshole that's like everybody's that person or something on either side. It's fucking stupid. I'm all having a good time, man. Let's have a good time. Let's watch a good movie together. Yeah, it's all like Winky and I were talking about one day, and it was like I was like, man, there's always like some kind of like it's like like somebody's trying to get power or money. It's always power or money. They don't give a flying fuck about what we like. They care what we think because they want us to be diverse against each other. That's the whole plan. And meanwhile, we're the ones trying to kill each other over it. Which the plebs. And these people don't care. It's all about money and power. Anyways, I'll stop ranting. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. You guys all have a great day. I'll see you guys at 9:30 in the morning. Please don't hold me politics against me. I'll stop talking about it. I apologize on this one.
While treasuries rose after a report showed that inflation.
You guys all have a great evening.
In the month of April, and swaps traders increased their bets that the Federal Reserve will cut rates this year. So the S&P 500 fluctuated between gains and losses before finishing the day up around.
Thanks, Mr. Unrealized Profits. I love you, brother.
Nasdaq 100 gained 1.1%, marking the gauge's highest close.
You guys all have a great day, baby.
The benchmarks were bolstered by so-called FANG.
Yes, Samurai is a great episode, right, man? Absolutely.
So Airbnb did fall after issuing a cautious forecast for the second quarter sales,